and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Nine out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case.
All right, I'm still figuring out all the buttons. I think things are working. I think they're working, but here I am, not on the screen. Just program out. It shows what is that? Is that preview? Program. Why is nothing right there? Well, let's figure this out. We can do this together, guys. It's all right. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Congratulations on making it through the weekend, which we did successfully. I need to know why nothing is in that window. Driving me nuts. Why is there nothing there? There should be something. I just don't know what it is. So if we go to channel 1, cut. There we've got program. What is sending black? Does anybody know? Anybody? Greeners? Greeners, it must be greeners. Hang on. Let's see if this works. Oh, that is okay. I see now. Okay, never mind. It's all good. It's all good. Give me just 1 second here, Greeners. We're gonna get this figured out. I did some fixing. I did some fixing of things. That's where chat's supposed to be. Hang on. That's where chat is. Bingo. All right, now we can go to Greeners and say, congratulations, Greeners. First in chat this morning. Thank you very much, my friend. Because you're first in chat, we're going to punish you with internet ownership. So when I have problems like this, you can fix them. So thank you for that. Let's see. Let me actually swap those two. So let's put chat down here so I can see it. And we'll put program up there. How do I do that? Now it gets tricky. File view, mix effects. I think it's actually on this side. It's over here. Nope. It's over on this other computer. Why do I have it way over here? It's all right. It'll work. Output, multi-view. This one is going to be program. There's program. Okay, that's better. That's better. Now it makes sense. And then here I can just tell that to be chat. Fixed it, guys. Fixed it. All the problems are solved. Hope you're having a better Monday than I am. It is beautiful outside, actually. It looks, oops, no, well, that's black. It looks like this outside. Sun is coming up over the mountains. Why is that not? Looks like this. There we go. I'm going to stop pushing buttons. Absolutely beautiful. Sun's coming up. You can see it's morning here on the Wasatch Front. So, and we have some things to talk about today. Is today the start of Tucker's trial? I don't think so. I thought we had a little bit longer for that. I thought it was in October. It really got pushed off. They might have a hearing, though. We've got a couple things. We had a sentencing verdict come in late Friday, I think. The sky is clean. Yes, it's been raining. Thunderstorm got me up at like dark 30 in the morning. I'm still trying to recover from that one. But we've got there's a status hearing today for Tyrone. That makes sense. Stay on the docket. Thank you. We have a hearing we have the sentencing from Judge Boyd that I wanted to bring you guys, so we could just close out that high-speed crash case. What's the brand of water down by my feet? They don't have Deer Park water here, so I've got Pure Life, which I guess is similar. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not Deer Park, but I'm not complaining. Let's see. 6-volt bus. Congratulations. 19 months. Wishing everyone a blessed and amazing week to come. It's going to be a great one. It is. We've got a new trial starting this week. They're in jury selection this morning. This is the Las Vegas reporter murder. Like the reporter that was murdered. Yeah, it's going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. I'm really looking forward to this. The Tullis trial. Heads up, Judge Simpson's viral moment means all streams are moved again. He's got to just accept the fact that people are going to, it goes viral when he says things. I don't know what's in the air, but I'm allergic to it. Trial Tranquil says, I've been away. Has RA moved? This is my home away from home. It really is. So I'm sitting here in, I don't know what we call mission control. What are we going to call this? We are at an Airbnb in northern Utah. We're going to be here for about a month as my family's out and having fun things. They're going to the Hill Air Force Base Museum. They're going to several different museums. I'm not sure which ones today, but they're going to be all over the place. I'll be right here. So it's a different setting, but trial looks pretty much the same other than that. And then we have my son's wedding next month that we're here for as well. I think Deer Park puts out Pure Life. They might all be the same water. It really might. Let's see. Queen Olive, congratulations, 19 months, another OG. Thank you very much, Queen Olives. Thank you. Kayla Newell, one more month. Then I'm a big kid, recovery addict at the age of 34. You're 1 month away from a year mark. You just about have that orange courthouse. The yellow still looks good on you, though, Kayla. Looks awesome. Taking care of the cat. The other family who also takes care of the cat is taking care of the cat, as well as we have some neighbors that are doing that for us as well. So it's got dual coverage. Bob Cousins, yay! Welcome, congratulations! Hit the 1 month mark. That means you got a new color courthouse as well. The membership messages are flooding in. Vicky Mack, member for 9 months. Vicky, thank you very much. Your channel's amazing, by the way. Thanks for the update about Judge Simpson. Let's see. Maisla, welcome to the gallery. Maisla, 18 months. 18 months. Congratulations, Maisla. Thank you. Another OG. Mike W., member for 11 months, says, just realized it. My RA membership anniversary. Love RA and the best chat on the internet. Having Olympic Games separation anxiety today. That's one thing I just did not follow this year. I mean, I've seen, other than like, what have I seen in the Olympics? I think there was a race, like a 50-meter, I don't know, a men's foot race where they all finished like almost at the exact same moment. I saw that, and I saw Australia breakdancing. And I don't know what to say about that. I'm still trying to process that. Let's see, chat's not on screen. I fixed it. I'm so sorry. I owe everybody a little click here then. Sorry, my voice is going away and coming back at different times. Let's see. Let's go back to the top and see if I get everybody. Starting with Denise Feldman Ursula, gifted a membership first thing this morning. Thank you very much. 6-volt bus, 19 months. Wishing everyone a blessed and amazing week. Then we go to Mindy FS, member for 9 months. Love the channel and the community. Queen Olive, 19 months as well. Woohoo. Love it here. Thank you, Queen Olive. Kayla Newell, member for 11 months, just one shy of that orange courthouse, looking good. Bob Cousins, member for a month, thank you. Vicky Mack, we had her on there giving us an update with Judge Cedric Simpson. He'll be back. He's always back. Maisla, welcome to the gallery. Mike W., member for 11 months, having that Olympic Games separation anxiety. Jen Pookie, member for 13 months. Couldn't think of a better way to spend retirement. Love RA chat and the mods too. Thank you, Jen. And Krista with the sharp cornered S's. This is long enough. This is long enough for a prison sentence. 16 months. Oh, that's great. Love it. Here's what I want to do. I want to. We're going to quickly start off with Judge Boyd. I think we've got a sentence we have to cover just to close out the trial. I know some of you have seen that before. I've got it on the replay. Wow, they're not stopping. Sinbad, 333, Olympic Fallout here too. Glad to catch up. Glad you met Danny. I did. Got to meet Danny. She gave me a sticker. It's awesome. Jennifer Juniper gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate your generosity.
Job's done.
Job's done. Uh-oh, yeah, that's what we need to do. Oh my goodness. How did I forget that? We have to sing happy birthday. Let's see if I can find, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. So we have Aaron, Trial TV Live. Awesome, Aaron. Love what you're doing, by the way. Trina, Maisla, Di Beatson, and hubby are celebrating. Okay, so Aaron, Trina, and Maisla have birthdays, and then Di Beatson and hubby are celebrating their 24th wedding anniversary and hubby's 24th year of being cancer-free. That is awesome. Okay, so we were going to sing to these ones right here. That's who we're going to sing to. Those are our birthday songs. I think that's everybody. Weather Watch. Do you want me to add? Do you want me to add any name? Should we sing to Weather Watch's daughter, or you are entirely in control there on that one? And happy birthday to your daughter as well. Okay, let's sing to Leighton as well. So let me copy this. Copy, and then let's go over here. And paste, and then we're also going to sing to Leighton. Oops, right here. Copy. Paste. There we go. So we have Aaron, Trina, Maisla, and Leighton to sing to. Red pen, how did you... Is this like the real red pen?
Job's done.
I'm not sure unless we see. Is the buffer sound on? Yes, the buffer sound says job's done. That's the only sound I've got right now, so I need to update it. All right. Okay, let's see. Happy birthday. There we go. We're gonna sing. Thank you, Di, for this. We are going to sing, not just me. We all are going to sing together. So please join with me. Stand up, stretch a little bit, take a deep breath. Blend your voice with those of your neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. That was okay. It was okay. Here we go. We're going to sing to Trina, Maisla, Aaron, and Leighton. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Trina, Maisla, Aaron, and Leighton. Happy birthday to you. To everyone who's celebrating today, especially Trina, Maisla, Aaron, and Leighton, thank you very much. We realize there are many places you could be. Millions of people you could probably celebrate with. You've chosen to be here with us. Thank you. Hope we can make your day just a little bit better. Have a happy birthday. Make sure to help yourself to the free pancakes at Denny's or... Yeah, just Denny's. Just Denny's today. I think they're the only people that really do it. But free pancakes is great. Welcome. Have a happy birthday. We're going to fade the music out and begin court watching, but don't let the party stop. Please continue celebrating all day long. And if you need a note from me for your boss to let you know that you don't need to work anymore with them, I can make that happen. I can't necessarily make sure you have a job the next day, but I can get you today off if you need. So thank you very much. Have a happy birthday. Thank you. Congratulations to all of you. All right. Let's see. We have Jennifer Juniper. I'm sorry. The drum solo. It's just so far into the. We need to start watching court. Is what we need to start doing. Let's see. I think we've got Judge Boyd coming in on channel 2 here now. This is a catch up from over the weekend, or I think late Friday. Let's see. I'm not sure how long it takes to get to the beginning. There's Judge Boyd.
Job's done.
Let me peer down the corner. That way we know we're live. Okay. You can do a quick search on this. A little faster. Okay, right there. How about there?
And State, is there anything you wish to add with regard to the defense's argument they wanted to put on the record?
Yes, Judge. The state's not believe that we believe that would be improper. It'd be injecting additional evidence that was not brought into evidence now the case achieved. and during the punishment phase. So the state's position would be probably give a definition not included in the charge previously was not requested previous to the jury deliberating and leaving the charge and closing on.
All right, thank you. So does everyone feel as though they've made a record on that?
Judge, just one final thing.
Sure.
There is a fairness argument to be made because it would not be fair for the jury to still have some sort of confusion or question about something that all parties know is to be true, which is that he has not been convicted of felony. And that's it from us, Judge.
All right, anything else to add, state, to defense's final statement?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So we're going to bring the jury in. My understanding is there's a verdict that's been reached in this case. There is not to be any outbursts from either side. If there are outbursts, what will end up happening is you may not be allowed back in the courtroom. Does everyone understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Deputy,
May we get a ruling on our request
for what?
to include additional language about the state having the burden?
All right, I previously ruled upon that, but
It's denied.
the state, correct me if I'm wrong, the state does not have the burden to prove that your client has never been convicted of a felony before. Am I correct, or is there something that I'm missing?
No, correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Wow, that was interesting. They think the jury thinks that he got convicted of a felony previously, and she's not addressing that. This is the guy who drove 90 miles an hour into the back end of a parked car at a traffic jam.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you all have reached a verdict with regards to punishment. Is that correct? And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes.
All right, if you will hand the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please.
So this same jury previously found him guilty, and now they're recommending a sentence, which is now being handed to Judge Boyd right now.
All right, the defendant will please rise. It states we assess your punishment at 10 years in the prison. There's a $10,000 fine, and they are recommending that your confinement be suspended and you be placed on community supervision. Would anyone wish to have the jurors pose? State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated.
So 10 years, but
I'm going to ask each one of you if this is your verdict. If this is your verdict, I need you to say yes. If it is not your verdict, I need you to say no. Does everyone understand? All right, we'll start on the back row. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? 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 Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm
That's
going to
12.
excuse you for now. If you'll wait for me in the jury room, and I will come back and meet with you at that time. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
okay, so the jurors have made their recommendation. Jurors go out of the room. Now the judge can either accept or modify. I don't know how much within reason and what the rules have to be, but she can either accept and follow their recommendation or possibly change it. But right now they're looking at, he's looking at
All right,
10
everyone,
years
please be
suspended
seated.
with community supervision.
All right, the court is going to proceed with sentencing. With regards to the length of time on probation, does anyone have any input they would like for the length of probation time? State,
Yes, Your Honor. We were requesting 10 years probation.
defense?
Yes, Judge. We agree.
All right, the court then is going to follow the juror's verdict, sentence you to 10 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 10 years. There is a $10,000 fine. The court is going to order 180 days in the Bexar County Jail as a condition that will begin today.
He got an extra 180
The
days.
court is going to order safety, and the court is ordering safety based upon the testimony that the court heard during the trial. There's going to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There's going to be regular, random UAs, proof of employment within 45 days of release from custody. Court is going to order the defensive driving course. There's to be no driving until further notice.
She just keeps adding. Holy cow.
Is there any request that vehicles at the home be equipped with ignition interlock?
There is, Your Honor.
All right, there's to be ignition interlock on any vehicles at your residence.
Whoa.
There's to be field visits one time per month for 6 months. Defendant is to remain in custody until the 180 days is served and transfer to safety. And that is to be safety with aftercare.
Judge.
Oh, just one moment.
She's like, oh, wait, I'm
There
not
should be
done.
200 hours of community service restitution. State, is there anything else you would request in way of conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, we're actually requesting the 600 hours community service. We're also requesting any Texas driver's license or pilot license be suspended for a minimum of 2 years.
Pilot's license.
And after is full GPS, after it's released from safety and aftercare.
All right. With regards to the community service hours, the court will set the community service hours at 350 hours. Defense, would you like to speak with regards to the license suspension?
Judge, I completely misspoke and we would be requesting a PSI. I don't know if that can be corrected at this point.
Well,
Pre-sentence
PSIs,
investigation.
once the jury has been elected to pass punishment, the court does not need to consider a PSI.
Understood, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So it'll be 350 hours community service restitution
Oh, she's not done.
and 2-year driver's license suspension.
Wow.
All right, yes.
Hey, Judge, we may be aware that you might have a pilot license for aircraft. And if that's so, we would request a suspension also on any type of driving any type of heavy machinery in a public.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry.
Phone call coming in for Judge Boyd. Just 1 second. Not sure what's going on over there.
The printer is very loud. All right, yes.
Printer.
Any type of heavy machinery that's operating in public, obviously, or at work. The fact is that that would be in concert with the Texas driver's license, Your Honor.
All right.
Rebecca,
Well, what
thanks
the
for
court is
5
going to
months.
order is a 2-year license suspension, period. 2-year driver's license suspension. So it doesn't matter if it's Texas, Louisiana, where it may be. So there's going to be a 2-year driver's license suspension. And I'm assuming that if someone has a pilot's license, that encompasses driver's license. But if it doesn't, let me be clear, the 2-year driver's license suspension applies to a pilot's license as well.
Wow.
Now, with regards to his employment, if they're allowing him to be a forklift driver or whatever on their property, that's in their purview.
So you can drive a forklift at work, but pretty much everything else is out for at least 2 years, and then all his cars need to have a
And
interlock.
there is to be, just one moment, I'm sorry.
She's not done. She did add another 150 hours to her original 200, so she's up to 350 hours of community service. Kelly,
Is there,
good morning.
and the regular and random UAs, that will include alcohol testing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
State's requested restitution to the victim or the next of kin of the victim, Your Honor.
All right. With regards to restitution, the court will say restitution, if any, to the complainant's estate. If for any reason there is an amount defense that you feel is too high, we can have a restitution hearing on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, state, how long will it take for you to tender to the defense an amount?
Judge, if you would allow the next 30 days, we could have that amount to the court or to defense, Your Honor.
All right. So that will be restitution, if any, to the complainant's estate.
It's my belief that this defendant
And
happens to
then
be
what we'll
fairly
do is I will
wealthy.
set this, if we need it, for a restitution hearing. And I'm not going to put the date in the system. This is just a deadline for everyone to have things to me. And if it's not there by that time, then there will be no restitution hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
So we're going to put it on, is September 23rd. I know that's more than 30 days, but is that enough time for everyone?
I believe so, Your Honor.
That works with us, Judge.
All right. So state, you need to turn over to the defense the proposed amount of restitution by September 23rd. Defense, you'll have a chance to look over it. And then defense, if you have any objections, you can set it for a hearing. If you all don't have any objections to the restitution amount, if you all will send it to the court in a signed document from each of you. All right.
Yes, Judge.
Is there anything else from either side with regards to conditions?
None from defense, Judge.
State?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Castro, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? And did you understand it?
Yes, I did. Judge.
If you'll pass that to me, please. You have a right to appeal as this was a jury trial. However, because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question of what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Is there a victim impact statement?
Will be, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to proceed with victim impact statement.
Kim,
Yes,
thank
Your
you very
Honor.
much for gifting a membership. Also, Hannah, happy
She's
Monday.
standing well.
Sure.
Last month in my yellow dress. Love it. This is the
No.
Judge,
victim's.
can I just have a moment to speak to my client?
Sure.
He's in cuffs now. I don't think he was expecting this at all. I think he walked into this court thinking he could pay for a good lawyer, which he got. Unfortunately, he went on vacation. He went on a cruise.
So as you've seen, this is my daughter, Alexandra Seibert. You've never once offered any sense of regret or remorse. I've been in this courtroom for every hearing, 15 times. You've laughed and giggled in there. It was all a big joke because you plan to get out. She's not the first young lady's life you've ruined. I'm hoping she'll be the last, but she's the third. You need to start accepting responsibility. You might have the money to hire somebody who can fluff the truth for you, but let me tell you something. This is my daughter, and this is where you put her. And this is my husband, and this is myself tending to her. You've got a daughter, you brought her in the first hearing. She was 14 at the time. You thought that would make a difference. You wanted sympathy, but you didn't give my daughter any. Let me tell you something. You need to look at my daughter and think about your daughter, because there are people out there like you. Your daughter can be sitting on the road, and someone just like you who had spent the whole night from 6 going to 4 bars, plowing into her, lying, misrepresenting the truth, killing your daughter just like you killed mine. You need to think about that when you lay your head down at night, that your daughter's just as vulnerable as mine was. And all those other women, you did things to. And that's all I'm going to say is you need to start being held accountable for your own actions and not slip through because you've got money to put a little fence around you. Because I thought my daughter was protected, and you probably think your daughter's protected. And someone like you killed her. That's all I'm going to tell you. And it's wrong. And you never said you were sorry. Your mom said she felt bad, but you never once, not in that whole entire thing. And instead you took a picture of her car. You got that posted on your Facebook page like you had other things posted? That's all I'm asking. You need to think about it because God's watching you.
What were his other priors? Did I miss that part? Evil Olive, congratulations on 12 months. Best 1-year sentence ever. Okay, that's the end. So the judge went with the jury recommendations. They said 10 years suspended. So he's got a 10-year sentence. Basically he's on probation for 10 years. If he breaks any probation, then the rest of the sentence is it's served in the jail. So he could serve up to 10 years if tomorrow, well, it's really hard to break probation when you're in jail, to violate probation. But he's got 180 days that he will serve in jail. So he will serve some time. But after that, once he's out on probation, every car he owns has to have an ignition interlock. Those are not cheap. And it sounds like he might have multiple cars. He loses his driver's license, all his driver's licenses from whatever state he has them in, as well as his pilot's license, at least for a period of 2 years. He's got 350 hours of community service, $10,000 fine, restitution to the victim's family. Yeah, there's a lot. Wow. There's possibly a SA allegation in that history as well. That is just crazy. I haven't seen what happened there, but man. It gave me the feel that this was a drunk driving crash, even though the cops sort of screwed up that part of the whole investigation. That is wild. That is wild. Judge Boyd did not like the verdict that the jury brought back, and I don't think it's like and Safe P is like jail. Isn't Safe P like a rehab? So he goes from jail, 180 days in jail, to Safe P for a rehab type thing. All right, let's see. Okay, so from there, we want to give an update. I think we've got a Sarah Boone letter that, if it will load, I'll have it up for you. We also have today, after 8 weeks, you heard me right. After 8 weeks, that's this many weeks. After 8 weeks of hiatus, the jury is back in the Young Thug trial. They took an 8-week break. Can you imagine the judge saying, okay, members of the jury, it's been 8 weeks. Just need to ask you these questions. Was everyone able to avoid any coverage of the Young Thug trial? Oh, and by the way, yes, I am a new judge. Last time I was here was Judge Glanville, but I'm the new judge, and we're just going to pick up where we left off. Mr. Copeland, you want to take the stand? Nobody saw anything on the news, right? Nobody talked about this. You hadn't started deliberating in your head. Everyone was like, no. I guess we didn't see. How can the jury, after 8 weeks of hiatus, not hear anything about the trial? But let's see, certificate of mailing. Holy cow! Why is there 151 pages? Correspondence received from judge. Okay, I need this on a different computer. Okay, let's send this to where's it showing up? It showed up on computer 8. That works. Let me get this for us. All right, Sarah Boone's letter coming up here right now. View. Continue to scroll and bring us to camera 8. Can you see that and me? Excellent. Excellent. All right, this is dated August 7th to Captain DiGiovanni from the Orange County Corrections Department. This is one of the captains who testified against her in the restraint hearing. Captain DiGiovanni, thank you for your timely cooperation and assistance in receiving my laptop yesterday, 8/6/24, and 2 Discover USB drives supplied by my investigator. I'm attempting to fully maximize my opportunities available from OCCD, that's the Orange County Corrections Department, to thrive in my forced position as court-appointed pro se defendant and the success of my case. I want to excel in my present circumstances by attempting my best and have been since day one of my incarceration ongoing 5 years ago. As you can imagine, I do not want to be here any longer, ever. With the hopeful, effortless cooperation and attentive care from yourself, and OCCD, I believe I can achieve more efficiently, effectively, equally, so I'm able to plan my very overdue exit in the very near future. I'm planning my escape. Is that what she's saying? I'm planning my escape. Can you help me? I've been instructed to contact you directly for the listed questions and concerns and hopefully remedy or provide further insight for completion of, so there is a universal understanding to enable me to produce greater, faster results and work product in my case and defense. Her case and defense, separate. That's interesting. Thank you in advance and profusely. Oh, a profuse thank you from Sarah Boone. Number 1, laptop times. Extend from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Hang on. From 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Instead, she wants from 7:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. I think she meant a.m. because she just chopped her time down from 8 hours to like 2.5 hours. I think she did the math wrong on that one. I think she meant right here, this is supposed to be an A instead of a PM. So 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. I'm willing and need to vigorously work on my defense as often as possible. I do not think I should be restricted to daytime use only. After 4 p.m., I do not have access to the laptop, which equals 0 work product and progress. The building of my defense is halted for 16 hours until the next morning. Request extend times to use by 2.5 hours in the evening. So she did want to, she summarized there. So she corrected to add the 2.5 hours on the evening time. She wants to have the laptop till 10 o'clock in the evening. This is going to be a problem because I don't think the laptop will hold a charge that long. Number 2, USB drive security. As stated in the court to the judge, I do not feel comfortable in handing over the entire contents of my case to the miscellaneous officer in the dorm for the day. All of my information is highly confidential. Not really. And I'm trying to avoid further leaks on top of already recorded jail phone calls, visitation names and details, my inmate interactions, meals consumed, etc. A concerning example today. I returned the laptop and USB drives together yesterday. I received back the laptop, which is not charged at all for instant use, and the USB drives separated with the protocol security paperwork removed I needed. And then both bags resealed. Another example, I went to pick up everything in the morning and the officer removed both USB drives from the bags before giving to me. Who is in control of the laptop and my 2 USB drives when I return at the end of each day? Where do they go? How are they secured? Why are contents being removed and opened? As I said, I do not feel secure in this process. If there is one, and it is vital to me that the OCCD handles with priority, safety, security, and care. When asking any officer anything pertaining to the laptop and drives, they do not know and become agitated with me trying to ask and figure anything out. Request, allow me to keep only the 2 USB drives at my bunk after returning the laptop to keep in my secured, locked drawer each day. Hopeful evening. Each day and hopefully evening. Number 3, classroom. This room is unoccupied for the majority of each day and an available, close, undisputed solution for me to achieve privacy for reviewing and listening to my confidential case documents. The classroom is also in direct, continuous, effortless view of the officers at all times. Request, permit me to access to utilize the table in the classroom to view and listen to my discovery on the laptop when not occupied, and it is in direct view of the officers. 4. Earphones and headphones. As said, my discovery contains a large amount of audio to be listened to. If you will not permit me access to the classroom, I will need listening abilities with earphones or headphones over the ever-increasing noise level of the dorm. These are also a must when the dorm is on lockdown and quiet so no one is able to hear. Request, provide any kind of earphones or headphones. 5. Internet with limited access and restrictions. I need to research heavily my defense, all of it. Locate witnesses, any experts, the clerk's website, correspond with the judge, my defense team, anyone affiliated or maybe with my case, forward motions, other important documents, everything I need to educate myself and on about being pro se, etc. Yes, she has to learn about being a lawyer on the internet. Please understand, I cannot complete any of the aforementioned without the internet. The basic laptop provided is only for viewing my USB drives. There is no other access. Request, grant me access to the internet with appropriate parental controls in limited access with restrictions. 6. Word program. To type any motions, make notes, lists, names, anything I need to document and record for future reference or sharing with potential team members. I need to be able to A, open and create a document, B, save work product information, C, attach text or PDF documents created to email, if granted, D, print needed documents or discovery pages for mailing, sharing, presenting, or distributing. Oh, she also needs a printer then. Request is permit access to Word program to use fully, properly, and progressively. Oh, she wants progressive Word. Is that a software? Progressive Word. 7 is telephone access. As you can, she wants everything. Apparently she wants to be out of jail for this. Apparently, as you are aware, my dorm contains payphones only and limited to 15 minutes per call, which are collect. I need to be able to communicate on a regular, normal phone to make any and all necessary calls for my case to use in trial. I have no other way to contact anyone that is not collect, which incredibly diminishes most, if not all, of my opportunities to properly prepare. My request is permit me access to a regular, normal phone to communicate reasonably with the parties in my case and any new futuristically to be affiliated with. 8. Discovery. She's not done. Discovery hard copies. As I am presently, I can keep these in the permitted property bag discreetly located at my bunk. I will purge the documents I have now and will keep only my discovery hard copies. The remaining I can send to the property department and will purge everything already being stored for every convenience and extra space. Apparently all her letters from fans are currently in her property bag. She's going to get rid of those, put those in deep storage. Also, when the laptop hours are closed, I'm able to pick up uninterrupted with these hard copies at any time. Any comparative review with the digital can also be achieved. Request, permit my hard copy discovery to be received and kept unnoticed, no one's going to know, at my bunk for readily available viewing and unrestricted access to. Captain Di Giovanni. Everyone's understanding and invaluable time is greatly appreciated in their assistance in aiding me to utilize my capabilities and opportunities here at OCCD. I am diligently working on what I can with what I have, laptop and 2 USB drives, and I'm severely hindered in real progress without my requests, especially needing to access the internet and a normal functioning telephone. Becoming pro se defendant was not my choice. I am already trying to overcome extreme circumstances just in my life of incarceration, and now, in addition, being forced by the court to represent and defend myself in my criminal case. Extreme has progressed to extraordinary. Please understand, my attempts are always in good faith, where I am simply trying to complete these tasks needed to surpass my difficulties and achieve overdue success. And finally, I cannot do it without you and the assistance of the Orange County Corrections Department. I thank you, everyone, for your patience and await your response for needed collaboration and conclusion. Is that conclusion? I think it's conclusion of my request, please, and criminal case. Conclude my criminal case too, please. I have notified the judge also with a copy of this letter, so he is aware I am in the process of trying to receive these must-haves and that I need further guidance and answers from you first. From there, I can create any motions that may be necessary for access and completion. This is important, Captain, and time-sensitive, as my proposed trial date is on October 7th, 2024. As of this letter, I have only 59 days for the completion of my defense. prior. My defense prior, I guess. Please understand the importance of your timely attention and response. As I said, I cannot do this without you and the help of OCCD. I am beyond grateful. Please notify me as soon as possible. Please, that's 2 pleases, about any motions I need to file for my request to be granted. Thank you immeasurably. Sincerely, Sarah Boone. P.S. We're not done. I also spoke to Sergeant Casey in the courtroom, requesting your time, please, at your earliest opportunity to convey the importance of my request and hopefully be completed. Copy sent to Judge Kranick, and it was hand delivered. Wow, Sarah. That's some letter. So the judge ordered a laptop for her. Let's you guys on your wish list. Greener says her wish list consists of laptop batteries, headphones, fiber internet, cell phone, MS Word, HP printer, 6 reams of legal paper, and a snow globe. A snow globe. Love it. Lois Cox gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Lois. That is absolutely wonderful. That is really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. 5 good people got green because of you. The jail staff is waiting for the day she's shipped off to prison. I think she is a difficult inmate. Not that she is a poorly behaved one. I don't think that she is causing fights and stirring up. There are those types of inmates that just they're troublemakers everywhere they go. But I think she is high maintenance, and not their favorite person to deal with. But there are some issues she brings. The judge has ordered that she gets access to that laptop and that it should be charged. If she's getting that laptop and it's not charged, for safety reasons, there's no way. Hang on, Phil. I need to plug in my phone. Hang on. Okay, we're plugged in. For safety reasons, there's no way she can have that charger cord. Okay, because that is a strangulation risk. It's a wire. It's basically a rope. They don't allow those sort of things. So for safety reasons, I don't think she's going to get the charger cord. So it has to be charged up. I don't think she's going to get the extended hours with the laptop. The paperwork at her bunk, I'm not sure that. I mean, she's allowed to keep paperwork. That seems like pretty easy, but I think it's pretty risky because it's not really secured in her property bag, I don't think. But we'll see. I think there's some things the judge needs to address, especially if it's not being charged for the laptop. Headphones, that would be nice. Also, there's a cable involved. I'm not sure if she's getting that. The classroom, I don't know. I'm not sure. I tell my children this. Sarah, listen carefully. Actions have consequences. She says 5 years. Is that right? Has it been 5 years yet, or is it coming on 5 years? Let's go back to her. I'm going way back on her docket list. Let's see. The case was filed 2/25/2020. So it can't be 5 years because it's only 2024. I think she's messed up her math somewhere. I think there's an extra year has gone by. It'll be 5 years since the case was filed in February. So she's rounding up, I think is what's happening. Let's see. Arraignment was 4/13/2020. So she's being quite generous with the 5 years. That is not really the case. All right. Why is this not working? Oh, I have to hit that button. Let's see what else we have to start with. Is Judge Cedric still down? Judge Cedric Simpson. Oh, he's up. He just deleted all his videos. So he does that periodically. It's all good. All right. They're probably marking days off on the calendar. Nobody's counting, right? She's counting. My hand is cramping looking at this. She wrote that pretty quickly. That, as far as neat letters go, this is probably on the lower end of what she's capable of. She does have a very neat handwriting when she has time, but I think she feels the crunch. She feels the pressure. 59 days is not a long time to prepare a defense, and she's feeling that, so she's probably rushing that to get that through. Anytime Judge Simpson gets press, he deletes his videos. Like, as if he can, like, hide it. It's like, well, if I delete it, then it's gone. No, it lives forever in infamy on the internet. Ryan Applesnapple, good to see you, my friend. I'll check that text out. I'm a little bit behind on that. Welcome. Let's see. Do you think she'll get a plea offer? No, I don't think she will. I think the judge wishes she does. But she's not going to accept it because she doesn't think she's guilty. I think Sarah Boone should have Letitia Stout as a roommate. That way, oh my goodness, that way they can one-up each other with nonsense. We're going to look at the Robert Tellis trial. Robert Tellis, yes, that is our next trial we're following. I believe we're in jury selection today. And I don't believe it started. Let me double check. Let's see here. There are just some pretrial hearings that have happened, but I don't see anything live being televised from Robert Tellis until the jury's seated. I don't think we're going to have a camera view. Young Thug's got to be crazy, though. Oh my
Job's
goodness.
done.
Job's done. Job's done. I think the hearing is an old one. That's not live, right? Is that a vape pen? No, this is my remote for Apple TV, and I push the little mic button and speak into it instead of typing. I don't vape. Misty Beard, someone remind me, who's Robert Tellis? Robert Tellis is the gentleman who's charged with murdering a reporter in Las Vegas. The reporter was asking too many questions, and he allegedly eliminated the reporter. Does Young Thug have anything to do with YNW? I'm not sure. What's the Jobs Done sound effects from? Wasn't that a video game? Yes, it was. That was from, I believe, Warcraft. Not World of Warcraft, but one of the Warcraft games. Okay, let's see. Let's jump to Bayer County really quickly just to see what's up. This is a different.
You're no contest.
No contest.
All right. You understand I can still find you guilty based upon that plea.
Yes.
Anybody force you, threaten you, put you in fear, or promise you anything to make you plead?
No.
You're doing so freely and voluntarily, Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I will accept your plea in this case, and I find you guilty of criminal trespass to private property in cause number 726937. I assess punishment at 0 fine, The cost of court, 17 days in the Bexar County Jail. The cost of court and the time will run concurrent. This case will run concurrent with 726-315. I give you credit for time served, so your judgment in this case is satisfied by the time you've already served. This is a plea bargain, Mr. Garcia. You have no right to appeal. Mr. Garcia, you got any questions on that case?
No.
All right, let's get to your other case. You are the same Marcus Garcia, excuse me, who is charged, let's see, in 726-316 with the offense of criminal trespass to private property, correct?
Yes.
As you know, that's a Class B misdemeanor punishable by up to a $2,000 fine and up to 180 days in the Bexar County Jail. You understand?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, you have the same rights that you had in the last case in this case, and that is the right to remain silent, confront the witnesses against you, and have a jury trial in this case. I do, however, sir, have paperwork in this case indicating to me that you understand you have all those rights, but would like to give them up in this case as well, so that you could enter into a plea bargain in this case as you did in the last. Is that what you'd like to do?
Loves his
Yes.
job.
Great. Then I will approve your waivers in this case, Mr. Garcia, and have them filed with the papers in this cause. Hang on just a second.
Hang on. Not sponsored by Adobe Acrobat.
Evidently, you have a plea bargain in this case as well, Mr. Garcia. You already know I don't have to go along with it, but don't worry about that because I'll let you withdraw your plea if I don't follow your plea bargain. So now what I need you to do is just listen up, and the state is going to tell us what the plea bargain is in this particular case. Let's make sure it is what you agreed to. Go ahead, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. In addition to running concurrent with cause number 726937, the agreement in this cause is for a $0 fine plus court costs, a sentence of 13 days in the Bexar County Jail, credit for time served, time and money to run concurrent, and the state would request that this judgment be satisfied.
Mr. Sheffield, is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
Garcia, is that what you agreed to in this case?
Yes.
All right, Sean, does your client have a rational as well as factual understanding of the charge and the proceedings against him in this case?
He does, Your Honor.
Has he been able to assist you with the preparation of any possible defenses to this charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in your opinion, is he legally competent to waive his rights and enter into this plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Marcus Garcia, I already know you're an American citizen, so I'll ask you, sir, how do you plead to the Class B misdemeanor offense, criminal trespass to private property in 726-316? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
You understand I can still find you guilty?
Yes.
Anybody force you, threaten you, put you in fear, or promise you anything to plead on this case?
No.
You're doing so freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I will accept your plea. Upon that plea, I find you guilty of Class B misdemeanor criminal trespass, private property in this case. I assess punishment at $0 fine, the cost of court, 13 days in the Bexar County Jail. This cost of court and the time will run concurrent. This case will run concurrent with 726937. I will give you credit for time served, which means your judgment in this case is also satisfied by the time you've already served. Mr. Garcia, this is a plea bargain. You do not have a right to appeal. All right, Mr. Garcia, you got any questions?
No.
You take care of yourself. Stay well. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, you too.
You're welcome.
Judge is so excited.
Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome. Good seeing you, Sean.
Hey, you take care.
Terry, that's
Thanks,
all I
Terry.
got.
That's it, Judge. That's all. The very last case on the docket, Kenneth Robinson, was dismissed. Judge, you should have gotten that dismissal.
I didn't see that.
Now, Judge.
I did. I signed it. But
Oh, you did? Okay. Judge, I only have the felony attorney of the day here for right now. Karen Corby, can we start with the felonies?
Absolutely. First of all, Valverde and Angelis can leave. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you. Don't
Okay.
forget to turn off YouTube, Judge.
See ya mañana. Bye.
Now we're starting with the felonies. Well, they're gonna kill the stream and do felonies on a different stream, I guess. All right, that was exciting. Let's see what else we have. I need to look at it over here so I can actually see it. Young Thug is going. We've got Judge Wade Mercer. He's back. Let's see. Possibly. Nope, he just ended it. Oh, he's in break. That's what he's doing. He's right here. Red Pen just gifted 5 memberships. Red Pen, I see you lost the space. You lost your space. And it was all Red Pen in one word. Wow, look at that beard. That is fantastic. Do you see this? No?
Corporal Jones, have you had a chance to play the first appearance video, sir?
Good morning. Yes, sir, I have.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, at the jail, I'm Wade Mercer. I'm the county judge in Jackson County. There are 2 attorneys involved in the first appearance process every day. We have Mr. John McDaniel, assistant public defender at the jail. And in the courtroom, we have the prosecutor, Mr. Gill. I'm going to ask that he introduce himself.
Yes, Lawrence Gill on behalf of the state.
Thank you. Can you see and hear both of us at the courthouse, Corporal?
Yes, sir, we can.
Great. We do have one interpreter case. I see Mr. Ricardo on the Zoom call.
Domingo.
Is that Mr. Domingo that we have for interpreter, Mr. Ricardo?
Charlie Raven.
I believe so, Your Honor. Yeah.
Ismar Domingo.
That's 9 months.
Mr. Ricardo, there's a box. There's a black box covering your video. So hang on just a second. I'll make sure he can see you before we get started.
Very well, Your Honor.
That's weird because we can see. Oh, there we go.
All right, Mr. Ricardo, if you please introduce yourself to Mr. Domingo, make sure he can hear you.
Señor Domingo, muy buenos días. Soy Jordani Ricardo, intérprete para que se pueda comunicar con el juez. ¿Usted me escucha bien?
Can you hear me?
Sí. He can hear me, Your Honor.
Mr. Domingo, good morning, sir. You're here for first appearance. You've been accused of, you're here for first appearance.
Buenos días, señor Domingos. Usted está aquí para la comparecencia inicial.
You've been accused of 1 count of driving under the influence and 1 count of driving with no valid driver's license.
Usted tiene un cargo de manejar bajo los efectos del alcohol y un cargo de no tener licencia de conducir válida.
As far as I can tell, you're entitled to a bond in these cases.
Hasta lo que yo sé, usted tiene derecho a una fianza en estos casos.
I'm going to see if the attorneys have any additional information before I set that bond.
Voy a ver si los abogados tienen alguna información adicional antes de fijarle la fianza.
Mr. McDaniel.
No, Your Honor. Señor McDaniel, no, su señoría.
Mr. Gill.
Judge, we just be asking for a reasonable bond that he not be able to possess or consume alcohol. Señor Gill, su señoría, nosotros estamos pidiendo una fianza razonable y que a él no se le permita ni poseer ni consumir alcohol.
Mr. Domingo, I'm going to set your bond at $2,500 on each count.
Señor Domingo, le voy a fijar la fianza en $2,000 en cada uno de los cargos.
That means your total bond is $5,000 cash or surety.
Eso significa que su fianza total es $5,000 en efectivo o mediante un bono de seguridad.
Your bond has the standard conditions of every bond plus the following special conditions.
Su fianza tiene las mismas condiciones estándar, además de las siguientes condiciones especiales.
You cannot possess or consume alcoholic beverages, and you cannot drive a motor vehicle.
Usted no puede ni poseer ni consumir ninguna bebida alcohólica y no puede conducir un vehículo.
Mr. Domingo, your criminal history reflects a prior interaction with the U.S. Immigration Service.
Señor Domingo, sus antecedentes penales muestran que anteriormente ha tenido tratos con los servicios de inmigración de Estados Unidos.
When I see that, I'm going to hold you until noon today to see if they place a detainer on you.
Como veo eso, lo voy a mantener detenido hasta el mediodía de hoy a ver si ellos dan una orden de retención para usted.
So if the U.S. Immigration Service places a detainer on you before noon today, we will have to deal with that and address it.
Así que si el Servicio de Inmigración de Estados Unidos le pone una retención antes del mediodía hoy, es algo que tendríamos que tratar.
If they haven't placed a detainer on you and you post bond before a detainer is placed, then you'll be released.
Si no han dado una orden de retención y usted paga la fianza antes de que den una orden de retención, entonces se le dejaría salir.
You will get a chance to use the phone in just a few minutes.
En solo unos minutos se le permitirá usar el teléfono.
So if you contact friends or family, you may want to tell them to try to post bond at noon.
Así que si se comunica con familiares o amigos, quizás quiera decirles que paguen la fianza al mediodía.
But before you post the bond, you need to find out if there's a detainer on you or not, which the jail will tell you.
Pero antes de pagar la fianza, debería de saber si hay una orden de retención para usted o no, y la cárcel se lo puede informar.
We're gonna jump here for just a minute.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Sí, nomás quiero hacer la llamada.
Yes, I just want to make the phone call.
Okay, you'll get a chance to use the phone in a few minutes, so wish you the best.
En unos minutos le permitirán usar el teléfono. Le deseo lo mejor.
Okay, so we're going to jump to 8 here.
Good, yes? Okay.
This is a recommendation from Josh Hutchins, who's been great on.
This is Justin Johnson?
Yes,
Goodness,
sir.
good stuff.
Justin Lauren Johnson.
Justin Lauren Johnson. All right, let me call your case, sir. This is State of Michigan versus Justin Johnson, case 23045171001 and 240448401. Date set for bond redetermination hearings. Please.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Always good to see you. Steve Vincent for the people, P71917.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica Shy, P number 81798 on behalf of Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, please state your full name for the record.
Justin Lauren Johnson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Today is the date set for the redetermination hearing. Bond is set intentionally unaffordable. Ms. Scheib asked to bond.
As to Bond, he's 39 years old. He's a lifelong resident of Michigan. He has 5 kids. We do have updated contact information, family contact information as well. He is employed, Your Honor, part-time. That's how he supports his children. He understands he needs to make it to all of his court dates. I am respectfully asking the court to consider a personal bond. These are all older matters, and he understands that, he's going to be doing time just for missing court and maybe not even on these. So respectfully asking the court to consider personal bond. He was in and out of the hospital. He does have some mental issues he deals with, Your Honor. So respectfully asking the court to consider that. I'm not aware of assaultive history on his record, if I'm correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr.
This is the
Vincent
very
asked to
beginning.
bond.
Regarding his priors, Judge, just because it was brought up, he has a 2003 CSC third degree. He got 2 to 15 on that. He's currently on probation right now for a trespass out of Redford. He has a PPO that was served against him earlier this year for a protected person. Judge, we have these 2 cases with multiple failures to appear. As you can see, it's not just a flight risk issue here. He's avoiding court, and they're both assaulted. I also found, Judge, that he was, like defense counsel had told you, which I appreciate her candor, he was ordered to undergo an involuntary hospital program for psychiatric issues, March of this year, never ended up complying with that, and now has another case, an R&O case. Judge, I asked in this arraignment, this was mine. I actually asked for these 2 bonds to continue. In addition, the R&O, I asked for cash. I ended up getting a personal on the R&O, and these 2 continued. Judge, I have 5 failures to appear in these 2 cases combined. So respectfully, Judge, we're just going to ask you to, you can see the allegations. We're just going to ask you to continue.
5 failures to appear.
So it looks like the R&O, the date of the offense was 2023.
February 25th, that's right.
And you're indicating that the involuntary mental health hold was this year?
March 27th of this year, where he was ordered to go for hospital treatment, never ended up complying with that order from the probate court, Wayne probate.
Okay, so he didn't pick up the R&O after he didn't comply with the
no, you're right, Judge. The R&O actually predates both of these cases as well. The warrant was entered on the R&O April 2nd of this year.
Okay, so this is where I'm at. The 2 matters that I have before me, both assault and battery misdemeanor. Where is Mr. Johnson staying at right now, Ms. Scheib, if you know?
Mr. Johnson is staying right now
at the jail.
Well, the address that he provided is an address that has an incident. It's also a location of one of the incidents, so I don't know if he's going to be able to go back there. But Mr. Johnson, only answer what I'm asking because this is all part of the record, okay? If and when you do get out, who are you staying with?
My mother.
Okay.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set the bond in case 240448401 as I'm gonna continue that bond. As to case 23045171101, I'm gonna amend this to $1,000 personal contact with plaintiff's witness Rico. My rationale behind this is if the defendant can return home, which is the address associated with the 24044.
I think we got to skip ahead to the next one. Maybe the front one.
Maybe that person will bond them out. I believe bond is $100 in this matter.
Who's that attorney that's underneath me?
That's
Hassan Hamad.
If he is to bond out, no contact.
No just screams money.
Witnesses, as well as.
Okay, we're gonna skip. We're gonna skip.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Your attorney, so you don't say anything that could possibly incriminate you.
I'm not trying. I ain't trying to incriminate myself. I was trying to say my son's birthday is today. I was trying to get home for his birthday today.
Well, sir, I don't think that's going to happen today. Just wish your son a happy birthday. And that concludes the hearing.
Thank you.
All right. Gentlemen at Division 1, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Judge. Ali Abukadar, Judge.
1 second here.
Morning, Your Honor. Hassan Hamadi on behalf of Ali Abu Kuder.
Okay.
Hassan Hamadi.
But it may not be our turn. Were you talking to the other?
Actually, do I have Mr. Curtis here? Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Hamadi.
This is Mr. Curtis, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Curtis, sorry about that. Let me call your case.
How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right. I'm sorry getting you up there early this morning.
No, I just came on, so you're okay. This is State of Michigan versus Deontay Curtis, case 24044-20401. Today is the date set for a bond redetermination hearing. Appearances, please.
Thank you, Judge. Steve Benson for the people.
Jessica Scheib on behalf of Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, please state your full name for the record.
Deontay DePaul Curtis.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Today is the date set for the bond redetermination hearing. Bond is set intentionally unaffordable. Ms. Scheib asked to bond.
As to bond, Your Honor, this is a alleged incident of August 30th, 2023, making it almost a year old, not entered until February 6th, 2024. That is a misdemeanor. Unfortunately, his bond is unaffordable. I believe it was meant to be unaffordable. It was a capias at pretrial June 14, 2024 by Judge Bryant. However, Your Honor, he indicated he was at Stonecrest until about 3 or 4 days before August 8th, which is when he was arraigned. He does receive SSI, Your Honor. He does suffer from mental illness. He has medications he's supposed to take when he has them, Your Honor, which he does when he's able to get them. He has 3 kids, ages 8, 3, and a newborn. He understands he needs to make it to his court date. Your Honor, I'm respectfully asking the court to convert this into a person.
Oops, sorry. How did we get quiet there? I just broke the audio. I mashed the keyboard, muted it. Sorry.
Incident from 2023, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Vincent Esteban.
Judge, the people, but me personally, I sympathize. It does appear as though there are mental issues that are going on here. In fact, this incident actually happened at a mental health facility where allegedly the defendant ended up punching a tech, just trying to, perform vitals on the defendant. Taking defense counsel at her word, if he was somewhere housed up at a mental facility at the time of the capias, we wouldn't have a problem, Judge, with converting this, maybe just in order of having to take your medications, because if he wasn't on the medications and that's played a part in this, maybe just ordering him to take those medications would help.
All right, I'm going to convert this to a personal bond, 1,000 personal. Mr. Curtis, as a result of that bond, or as a condition of that bond, you need to take any prescribed medications. Sir, next date is going to be.
Can I go home with $1,000 bond, sir?
You got to go
I
home.
don't got $1,000.
Sir, it's personal. You don't have to pay.
Mr. Curtis, you don't have to pay. All right.
He seems he's pretty happy about that.
Next date is September 16th before Judge Bryant. September 16th before Judge Bryant. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. We can't hear you, sir. I don't know if you're muted or not on your end. I see your lips moving. Okay.
Judge is like, well, they just took him out, so I guess we're done.
This is State of Michigan versus Ali Abukhtar. Excuse me if I mispronounced that. These are cases 24058696001 and 24058695001. Today is the date set for a bond redetermination hearing as to both matters. Appearances, please.
Judge, good morning. Always a pleasure. Steve Vincent for the people on both cases.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff and everybody here. Hassan Hamadi, P77565, on and behalf Ali Abukhtar, who's also present on Zoom. Mr. Ali Abukhtar, can you state your name for the record, please?
Ali Abukhtar.
All right, thank you, sir. Today is the date set for the redetermination hearing. Mr. Hamadi, this is the redetermination. Bond is intentionally unaffordable. Please tell me about your client as to bond.
So, Your Honor, I'm actually very happy that we had this redetermination, because after receiving discovery, I learned a lot about this case and kind of what the prosecutor had presented in front of the magistrate in making his argument initially for $1 million cash bond, stating, and I quote, "This is one of the most gruesome cases I've seen." This is what the prosecutor said, right? My client is 42 years of age, no criminal history, well, no assaultive criminal history, no issues whatsoever. Has strong ties in the city of Dearborn, Detroit, Redford, owns rental property, a businessman, one who doesn't get in trouble. And then we get these two cases. He meets this woman in May, and allegedly these offenses happened in July. I will tell the court, just to get it clear, when brother prosecutor was reciting the narrative of what occurred, he was literally reading her story from her statement, right? What she wrote out. What I failed, because I didn't have the report at the time, is to actually look at her statements where there was a question and answer. So I would just like to say to the court that in the July 14th alleged incident, her own statement on what she responded to in a question is when it stated, he made this, strike that, Your Honor, I apologize. The prosecutor made sure he said she lost consciousness over and over again. And I'm not making this up because it's actually recorded on YouTube and Channel 4 posted it. And that's exactly what prosecutor said. But in her own statement, when on page 22 of the discovery, when it said, did you lose consciousness during the assault? Her answer was no. When it stated, was a weapon used when you were assaulted? Her answer was no. I don't know where they got torture. I don't know where they got assault with the intent to murder.
Whoa.
And I don't know where they got $1 million bond to be the most gruesome case they've ever seen. That was the July 14 alleged incident. On the great bodily harm case, which is the other case, again, if we just go to her questions, did you lose consciousness? No. Page 12. Were you injured? No. But it is not hard, but it is hard to swallow. So in a second case, she wasn't even injured. I have no idea where they come up with this $1 million bond. The magistrate reduced our bond to $300,000 cash surety on one case and $50,000 cash surety on the other. I will tell this court, my client will maintain his innocence. I believe the bond is not reasonable under the circumstance in this case. The defendant in this case was never questioned by the detectives, was never caught on the scene of this alleged incident. They have no proof other than her statement that this happened. They use these pictures that they put in their investigation to say, this is what my client did, but they have no proof where these pictures came from, whether my client did it or not. And I'm very disturbed after I actually read the discovery. And then this is what they portrayed during the initial bond hearing as a narrative. Like it just blew my mind. So I'm asking this court actually to give him a $50,000 10% bond. They wanted home confinement. I will ask the court that does not happen. He can be on a GPS tether just to make sure that if this court wants to make sure that this alleged victim is safe, he stays away from her. He will reside at his mother's house. And if the alleged victim is no longer living in his house, then I would ask the court that he return home and in Redford. I think it's the city of Detroit zip code near Redford. And that's what I think is reasonable in this case. This is not someone who has a criminal history of assault with the intent to murder or somebody who has domestic violence cases. This is an individual who was set up. And I will tell the court this incident happened allegedly July 14th. And this is my last point to the court. She indicated that she was tortured for 3 days to July 17th. The police come out on July 17th and take her statement. 4 days later, Your Honor, she makes this other allegation that she was choked, and that's how they get case number 2, which is great bodily harm. I will tell the court, though, that if we wonder why they fought July 21st, in her own statement, question, what did you argue about? Answer, me packing my stuff up and getting my hair colored. This is an individual who jumped from July 14th to July 17th, was tortured, was imprisoned, was almost assaulted with the intent to murder. But then on July 21st, the argument was about getting your hair colored. That's what the prosecutor's office is relying on, that this is a reasonable bond and that my client is guilty. That's all I want to tell
Look at the prosecutors.
I think their report is very telling, and that's what I'm asking for in a bond, and I believe that it's reasonable.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Vincent Esteban.
Judge, a lot there, but I'm going to be brief in this. I did ask for $1 million. This is probably one of the most horrendous and gruesome cases that I've seen. Now, ironically, defense counsel was offered pictures at the time of the arraignment. He refused to accept them. I ended up forwarding them to you, though, because I wanted you to see these. I wanted you to see exactly what happened as a direct result of this alleged incident. We're not talking about guilt or innocence right now. What we're talking about are allegations that one individual ended up beating somebody repeatedly, not over 3 days, like defense counsel had just said, from July 14th through 15th. And I think we can all see allegedly, what happened here. It's in the investigator's report. We have multiple strikings, which corroborate the injuries of this victim based on the pictures. We have striking of a belt repeatedly. And Judge, I may be remiss, but I don't know if somebody could actually cause those injuries to themselves. That's why I wanted you to see those pictures. Ironically, they look as though the belt was used to beat this individual multiple times. Then we have the drag of the individual up the stairs, where her head repeatedly hit all the stairs, each and every time. And then what defense counsel failed to mention was this gal's pregnant. And as a direct result of the assault, the assaults ended up inducing vaginal bleeding. Vaginal bleeding. We can all imagine then the outcome of that, seeing as though we have a gal who's pregnant. And then we have all the statements allegedly made by this defendant, brazen enough to say that she doesn't deserve his baby. He knows she's pregnant while she's being beaten by this defendant repeatedly.
Wow.
Then there's the report to the police afterwards. And then we have a subsequent incident. Now, I asked for $1 million. That may have been light. And this wasn't, let's all be accurate here. This wasn't reduced. The magistrate ended up giving a $300,000 cash or surety bond. This particular hearing is either for a reduction being reduced or an increase. I would argue $1 million is conservative in this. But then we have that other incident a few days later, where just because this gal ended up wanting to leave the house, this individual beats her again. So, Judge, we have a lot going on here. We have 2 incidents within less than a week. We have those pictures that are absolutely,
I don't know. I think $1 million
shocked.
is
They
good.
shock the conscience. And I get why defense counsel didn't want to see them.
I don't know why he keeps calling her a gal.
Nobody should go through that. But they're there, and we cannot deny that. So she didn't assault herself. I don't know what kind of narrative it is that defense counsel is claiming the prosecution, myself, made. But we just have these things over. We have the assault. We have the accusations. We have the pictures. So he's a danger. He's a danger right now. And respectfully, Judge, we're going to be asking you to either continue it, the 300,000 plus. I think I ended up getting 50,000 on the GBH case. And one other thing, Judge, you've been through this. You know what? You're very learned in your approach. We have a victim. She's scared. She's scared. Okay. So any statements she may or may not have made at the time, I have APA notes that say she's cooperative and she wants to move forward with this. So that isn't time or place. I just want to let you know that right now, to keep these 2 parties for the protection of this complainant, we're going to ask you to continue these bonds.
All right, give me a moment.
Your Honor,
Then I'll take a break.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You can go ahead, then I'll stop. I have to read something.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, I do want to address a couple things. Number one, I've actually never dealt with this prosecutor in particular, but I will tell this court, this court's very familiar with the way I practice, and I don't believe this specific prosecutor has ever talked to the complaining witness. I brought up to the magistrate that I have 2.
She's right here next to me, counselor.
Okay, if I may finish, finish, okay. I have 2 police statements that were signed on August 4th by this alleged victim that stated she didn't want to proceed with this case. I will also tell the court that in page 3 of the investigator's report, she stated she was allegedly punched on both sides of her face approximately 100 times. But the prosecutor yet can only send us pictures of thighs of bruises. And he continues to use this as being so gruesome. But I would believe in my mind, if there was 100 blows to the face and that there were strikes to the face, that there would be pictures that she would have given the prosecutor's office or even the police department of the way her facial recognition looked that day, right? I will also tell the court that the prosecutor's office doesn't even know where this young woman had met my client. And I'm not going to dive into that right now, right? But I think it's going to be very telling when this case goes to trial if this moves forward. But I will tell you, it's not hard, Your Honor, to keep Mr. Abu Huder away from this alleged victim. And you do this every day. If you put somebody on a GPS tether and you give them a reasonable bond, there's no point of giving somebody a tether and then $1 million bond, right? There's just no point. And then, home confinement, right? Because if he's confined to his home and he violates that, he's going to get picked up. So it doesn't make sense to me. It's not reasonable. That's why I'm asking for a $50,000, 10% bond, because we can put a GPS tether on Mr. Abu Huder. She could stay far away. He could stay far away from the victim. He wants nothing to do with her, and we'll move forward with the case. So there's just too many inconsistencies in the police reports. And then to say that this happened twice in 1 week, well, the first time she alleges this happened, she went and stayed with her mom. That's what the report says. Why would she come back to the home if she was so in danger? It doesn't make any sense to me. This is all made up. This is all made up to frame my client because my client has money.
All right, Mr. Vince, I give you one more shot.
Wow.
I believe in that second incident, she was actually just trying to get her belongings to leave. So maybe that's the reason why she was at the place of the incident. And regarding this, I don't know if there's any motive that's been established as to why this victim would do what she did. Judge, I mean, they're just everything here. Just hey, listen, you know what? We just kind of take what it is and go with it. These injuries are, they're synonymous. I mean, the pictures in and of itself. The belt, the belt marks on the back. I mean, we have a little too much here. And you know what? People, they leave houses when they're untethered. And you know what? There's communication that they can have now that they're out. That's what we're trying to prevent right now. Because this gal was scared. She was injured, not once, but twice. We don't know the condition of her baby at this time, Judge. This is exactly what cash bonds are for. To protect these individuals from, for all intents and purposes, monsters like this.
Your Honor, I object to any testimony.
Stop! Both of you, please. I said I give you one more shot. Mr. Hamada gave you two. Hold tight. Give me a moment. I'll make my ruling. I'm not going to go through this back and forth.
I'm guessing the prosecutor and the defense are not going to go out for lunch today. That meeting's been canceled. Judge Williams right now is reading probably police reports, associated paperwork with this case. It sounds terrible. What I watched this made me feel like I was in trouble. I stopped what I was doing too. It was a hard stop for sure, Karina. While that's going on, let me just say thank you to a couple people who gifted memberships. I don't know what was going on here. We had Lois Cox gifted 5, Grainers gifted 5, Red Pen gifted 5, Charlie Raven, welcome to the gallery. We've got Zachary Wells gifted 10, Grainers gifted another 5, and Grainers gifted another 10. Thank you to the generous gifters this morning. Let's give the judge a moment to read in peace here. I have been accused of sounding like a golf narrator. I guess there are worse things to sound like. But I could be the monster truck, and that would be a little more annoying. Sunday. We could do it like that. Should we vote monster truck versus golf? Sorry, Creative B. Sorry, Debbie. This girl in the bottom left-hand corner, she's the next case. She's a defendant, and she's just sitting there watching this. I'm like, whoa. She's next up.
All right. I've had a chance to review the investigators' reports as well as hear arguments from both parties. I would note that these redetermination hearings are heard de novo. I hear what's in front of me and I make my determination. I've got two cases in front of me, and I'm going to start with the case 240586961, which is the incident with the offense date of July 14th, 2024. At this time, the bond is currently set at $300,000 cash or surety. I'm going to reduce the bond to $100,000, 10%, with GPS tether and home confinement while this matter is pending. I will make an exception for medical treatment at this time, but nothing else. As to case 240586951, it's going to be $50,000 personal with GPS tether home confinement consistent with the terms of the other case. There'll be no contact with the complaining witness, no weapons while this matter is pending. Next dates on both matters are before Judge King, August 15th, 2024 at 8:30. That concludes these hearings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. So that
The
one was
person at Division
spicy.
1, the young lady, can you tell me your name?
She's like, I don't want to go next.
Kiera McBell.
All right, 1 second, Ms. McPhail. We'll call you next.
You want a monster truck voice soundbite?
This is State of Michigan versus Kiera McPhail, case 24058700801. Today is the date set for a redetermination hearing. Appearances, please.
Thank you, Judge. Steve Benson for the people.
Jessica Scheib on behalf of Ms. McPhail. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Kiera McBell.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McPhail. Today is the date set for the redetermination hearing. Bond is set intentionally unaffordable in this matter. Ms. Scheib as to bond.
Your Honor, as to bond, there's a lot going on in this report. My client is 21 years old. To my knowledge, she's never been in trouble before, not on probation or parole, nothing pending, is employed at Amazon. Your Honor, she is a lifelong resident of Michigan. She lives with her parents. She has a job, community ties, family ties, and no priors to my knowledge. Now, she's charged with 12 counts here, Your Honor, and this is an individual with no trouble whatsoever that we are aware of. Now, we know what the report says, and then what my client says is same but different on another side. Your Honor, it's the opposite. It's our understanding that the complaining witness, Brooklyn, is the ex-girlfriend of my client's now boyfriend, and that she got my client's number, that she has been threatening her, texting her, calling her, telling them, we're going to do this and that to you, allegedly, that my client has these text messages and all of these threats, and they tell them we're CPL holders and we're valid CPL holders and all of that, and making threats with weapons. Now, Your Honor, my client was arrested at the hospital because she was at the hospital with her boyfriend who got shot in the back by these complaining witnesses while they were in their vehicle. So they're in the vehicle and they get shot at by the complaining witnesses, and her boyfriend ends up in the hospital because he got shot in the back by these complaining witnesses while they are in their car. And the car has the bullet holes in them, Your Honor, because they were shot at. Now, my client says my client's boyfriend says in the report, the one that was shot, that he is pretty sure that my client never shot her firearm, never shot at anybody. That's what he says. Now, I know the people tried to argue that, he changes his story in the hospital at arraignment. However, this is a person who's in temporary critical condition while there, and the officers come speak to him while there. So, Your Honor, we don't know what medication he was under. We don't know what state he was in one way or another, Your Honor. I'm respectfully asking the court to consider a very high personal bond, absolutely no contact with any of these individuals. If the court is not inclined to do this without a tether, given the charges and the nature of the charges, then we understand. However, I know that tether is going to hold her up and for sure lose her job, but I know the court has to make a decision. Although these are allegations, she is presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. So respectfully asking the court to consider that bond, I would ask without a tether, but if it has to be with a tether, then we understand, because any monetary bond is going to be unaffordable to her, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Shai. Mr. Vincent Esteban.
Judge, first and foremost, I think we have to look at where these incident allegedly took place. You know, for allegedly the complaining witnesses who were threatening, you know, the defendants here. Ironically, this happened at the complaining witnesses' residence. They weren't seeking anything out. Judge, additionally, we have 3 people, as you can see, who all have the same story. Same corroborating story. Then, just like defense counsel had said, we have a defendant who ended up changing his story once, and I think this is very pertinent, when the police officers asked, would you like to change your story? And then he does. Judge, and then we have the neighbors who, you know, see these people driving up and down the road, honking their horn. We have a father who ended up shooting back at a car after this complainant allegedly got out of her car, fired a shot, and then pointed a gun at a house. Thankfully, we have that father who was a CPL holder that ended up preventing anything else from happening. And, you know, Judge, sometimes when you play with fire, you get burnt. And the defendant in this matter, or I don't know if he's a defendant because I don't know if he's been arraigned, but the other individual that this defendant was with, he's already on probation right now for a CCW. He knew he shouldn't have had that. He knew he shouldn't have had that gun in the first place because he was on probation for a firearms offense. So respectfully, Judge, we find, and it just happened. This just happened. This happened, you know, less than a week ago. So respectfully, Judge, we think it's a hot and ongoing issue. Respectfully, we're asking you to continue this fund.
All right. Having had a chance to review the investigator's report, I believe that there is clear and convincing evidence to set an intentionally unaffordable bond in this matter. Allegations allege that the defendant was in front of somebody's house, waving a gun, pointing a gun, and at least the investigator report indicates that one round was at least fired by the defendant. It's a different story if this is somewhere else or this is a neutral location, but this is in front of the complaining witness's house.
I've never been shot at by my Amazon delivery guy.
These are allegations. I don't know
one.
the full story, but in this matter, bond is going to remain the same. Potentially unaffordable. Ms. McPhail, your next date is going to be
Yes, I do have stuff delivered
August
to the Airbnb.
15th, 2024, before Judge Jefferson. The original conditions of the bond apply. That concludes the hearing.
We're going to jump over to Judge Boyd really quickly, who is about to tell us about what, maybe give us some insight, I think. I think she's going to give us some insight into the case.
All right, thank you.
That we just heard this morning that she wrapped up the sentencing on Friday. It might be a few minutes before that, but my family's going to go on a tour of the Amazon warehouse, the nearby Amazon warehouse. I guess they give tours. Be curious. After this, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the Robert Tellis trial and where we are in that, why we, you know, it may not be starting. We've got one issue, a discovery issue that might delay things in that trial. But we'll give you a little rundown, a background is into that. It's a spicy one. Son works in that warehouse. There you go.
Morning. How's it going today?
Good morning, Judge. Doing great. How about
I
yourself?
can't complain. You know, it's a beautiful day, currently alive.
Yeah.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, it is. Any fun things on the schedule?
Joshua Estrada. Joshua Estrada. Can I see the file on Joshua Estrada, please?
We did read the
Stephanie
Sarah Boone letter.
Galvan.
Nikki, you're late.
No, I'm just wondering. Let me see. Oh no,
I have not seen this purse before. This is I don't think it's real zebra skin. I'm just going there. I think it's imitation zebra. I am about 20 minutes into our stream right now. I think. Let me double check. Yeah, I think we're good. I think this is the point where she shares information about this sentence. Yes, her purse does look like a face, a smiley face. It's funny. There are people who collect images like that when they just find like a face out in nature, something that looks like eyes and a smile or something like that, and they just take pictures of it. It's funny if you've ever go down that rabbit hole. There's a million pictures online about it. I forget what they call that when they just find a face in nature, or I guess a purse isn't really nature, but just out in the wild. It's called pareidolia. There you go. Something similar to what I just said. I might have it wrong. So a face that looked like a purse. That's called that's something else. That's something else. Song Chef. For me, the bigger issue is not bringing a different purse every day. It's unloading the previous purse and loading the new one. Do you just dump everything onto the bed and shovel it in the new one? Of course, I don't know how women operate with their purses. Mrs. R.A. has always been a minimalist when it comes to purses. She doesn't like carrying more than she needs to. Faces and the pieces of toast. Oh, yes. I've seen some amazing toast art. Says the man that is really... Okay. I did buy a trailer hitch carrier just to haul my studio across the country. So I guess I'm sort of guilty as well. I think a purse is a woman's version of the man's junk drawer, where you have everything you need is in there if you can find it. Newbie 2015, this judge has a new purse almost every single day. Her mom buys her purses. I think her mom has an addiction to buying purses. And so she has a massive, massive purse collection. And almost every day she's in court, she has a different purse. Like she's got like one per day. She's probably got hundreds of purses. And she always sets it up there by the flowers, and we just like to comment on it every day. I think the cat and the house survived. I know that because our new Airbnb guest checked in. Everything worked great. We saw that she was able to connect to the network, which means my internet is up and running at my house, which is good. So I think we made it through the storm. We bought this house, not this house, but we bought the house back in North Carolina because it was on high ground and it had never flooded in the last 100 years. So I think we survived again.
So I don't think you had a chance to see the end of the trial.
Oh, we did, Judge. But tell us more about
what
it.
ended up happening here in Texas, we have a two-phase trial. So a defendant is allowed to decide if he will go to the judge or jury for punishment. And so In this case, the defendant decided if he were found guilty, he would go to the jury for punishment.
Yeah.
And so what the court does is once the jury enters punishment, the court does not have any jurisdiction or legal authority to change whatever sentence a jury gives somebody. So in that case, the jury wanted him to have probation. So I gave him probation. And when the jury comes back with their verdict of punishment, it always has to be in writing. Their verdict has to be in writing. So with regards to their verdict for punishment, they put in writing that they wanted him to have probation. Now, the only time a judge has legal authority with regards to trials, other than when people are making objections, with regards to a jury, if a jury comes back and says somebody is guilty, if there's no evidence really that they should have found the person guilty, then I can come in and say, you know what, notwithstanding your verdict, I'm going to find this person not guilty. That rarely happens because usually, at least it rarely happens in Texas, because usually there's enough evidence that's been submitted.
Rose, welcome. Thank you
But
very
with
much.
punishment, once you go to the jury decides the punishment. The only thing, like for example, in that trial, the only thing I get to decide is what conditions of probation they will have and how long their probation is. So the longest probation a person can have for felonies, I'm not talking about state jail felonies, but other felonies in general is 10 years. And then the longest you can have somebody in custody for treatment for time as a condition of probation is like a year. Well, state jail felonies, the length of probation you can give somebody to start with is limited to 5 years. So if somebody had a state jail felony, I can't say off the bat, oh, I'm going to give you 10 years probation. It's not allowed legally. But your DWIs, anything that's not a state jail felony, that's a felony. And of course, there's some exceptions because you have some hybrid cases, right? But normally the length of probation is 10 years. But the judge always sets conditions of probation. So for example, if I were to give somebody probation, the most time I can give them in the Bexar County Jail as a condition of giving them probation is 180 days.
She went with the maximum.
Go beyond that. If I go beyond that, it's an
she
illegal
wanted
sentence.
a bigger sentence.
Yeah. And so of course I would never go beyond that because I have to follow the law. So judges set conditions. That's why when you hear me doing pleas and they have things outside the agreement, and maybe they'll suggest, oh, we want this person to have 2 years probation. It's just their recommendation to me because they can't force me to give them 2 years probation. Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate the explanation.
Clear, it's not just that they limit her to 10 years. It's all judges. It's not like they're just picking on her by limiting her to 10 years of probation.
There's the explanation. So the judge could not have changed
so those
the
are the
sentence.
rules.
She could have gone with not guilty if she felt there was no evidence to support the 10-year probated sentence. But other than that, the most she could do was set the terms of the bond. And as part of the terms, 180 days is the maximum she could tack on. So she tacked on the maximum there. Basically, what the maximum of what she could do under the law.
Norma,
So that means
how
she
Mondays
probably
just
felt
keep getting
the
better?
sentence was too light.
Guess who I received a text from?
Me?
Rebecca.
Oh, she hasn't read
Former
mine yet.
probation officer, Rebecca. My mom was always like, Rebecca has a poker face. You could tell her it was a tornado coming right outside the door. Her facial expression would change. My mom loves Rebecca. Oh, but Sean, guess what I had a chance to see?
The movie?
Yes. Take a wild guess.
Which one? Oh,
Yes, I did. I enjoyed Gambit. Gambit needs his own series, and I'm not his own movie. I'm not just saying that because I'm from Louisiana. His character is awesome. His character has always been awesome.
Now she mutes. Now she mutes. All right. Let's pause this for a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about Robert
And Allie,
Tullis.
I think he is going to get his only spinoff.
Is he?
I want to see his origin story. You know who else?
We need the prequel.
You know who else needs their own origin story so a mystery can be solved? Humpty Dumpty. He needs his own origin story. You know, I still believe he was pushed. Thank you. Yes.
We watched Puss in Boots last night. That's funny.
Thank you. How did he fall? He knows his body type. He was definitely pushed.
Which came
Oh, yeah.
first, the chicken or the egg? Humpty Dumpty was pushed. Hashtag Humpty was pushed.
Allie, who would gain the most from Humpty Dumpty falling and never being put back together again? Where was the queen? Where were his children? I don't know.
Also, why do we all assume? Yes, second chair.
You know why? Because he just exploded. It was nobody could put him back together again. I will tell you, a lot of the children's nursery rhymes, of course, they're based
morbid.
on fact, but they're so very depressing. Mhm.
Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy, ashes, ashes, we all
Mhm.
fall down.
I even thought that when I was growing up as a child.
It's
I was
about
like,
the
this
Black
is very
Plague.
depressing.
Who shot first? This is like Judge Boyd's having a wonderful Monday.
I unfortunately know someone who number actually, so I did not do so. It's all due like a fee
Maybe we need a mock trial for Humpty Dumpty. All right, she's about to begin her docket for the day. Before she does that, we're going to pause, and we're going to talk briefly. We're going to talk briefly about. Let's go here. Oops, I just broke it. Dang it, that should not be there. Oh, I can fix it. Yay! How do I do this again? USK1, DVE, position, run to A. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. All right. Now we're going to talk about Robert Tullis just briefly to give you an idea, because this is the next case we wanted to follow. There's some fun little facts out there which are I don't think have been really addressed. Well, one in particular that I wanted to mention, but the background on this is that jury selection is supposed to begin today, but it might not. And the reason it might not is because they have an issue with getting some discovery off of the victim, the reporter, his computer. And you say, well, why is the victim a reporter? Well, this reporter was doing stories about Robert Tullis, who was a politician in Las Vegas. And for several months, the reporter was doing stories about this hostile work environment under Robert Tullis. Robert Tullis was livid, was angry. And the murder actually was caught on camera. You've got the murderer wearing a straw hat and a fluorescent orange like construction jacket, hiding, waiting for him to open the garage door. He does, and he attacks him, stabs him in the neck and the chest, and all that, and kills him, and then gets away. There's some questions about the arrest, whether it was legal, whether body cam was deleted. You've got like 4 days later, there's the victim DNA found under his fingernails. That's usually some pretty solid evidence. Tellez, not Tullis. Amber, I'm going to get it wrong forever. To me, it's Tellez. I hear an E. I'm not hearing a U when I say it. Tellez. Is that better? Tellez. Anyway, so this reporter works for Scripps News. Scripps News, owned by EW Scripps. Guess what EW Scripps owns? EW Scripps owns Court TV. We have Court TV is going to be covering a trial where one of their own sister company reporters was killed, which is just wild. It's crazy. But this is going to be out of Las Vegas. We're supposed to be having jury selection. They've got to figure out this detail about the evidence from the computer. So yeah, it's wild. It's a little wild. It's scary when the news strikes that close to home. But yeah, EW Scripps is a big parent news company, and I think they bought Court TV. So anyway, that's where it's at. This guy, it's wild. It's gonna be a wild case. I think we've got I can show you possibly. Let's see if I can do this. I would lose chat, but I can show you this. Hang on, we can do this. This is from, let's see, this was from last week, the hearing. Let's bring this up. Do we have audio? I think so. It's from the hearing last week.
Good morning. All right, can we have an update?
Let me fix this.
Yeah.
That's the judge. She does it with her glasses. I don't know how they stay on. There's the defendant.
So the first day of trial.
Yes, Your Honor, which is, I think, Monday.
Yeah, that's right. That's Monday.
Okay.
We
Well, how's that gonna affect, I mean, it doesn't look like we're starting on Monday.
It doesn't look like we're starting on Monday. They're producing evidence
Exactly going to be turned over at this time. Obviously,
on
we
Monday.
keep our trial date and want to
Sure.
proceed. What time does Your Honor generally begin jury selection? What time does Your Honor plan on beginning
Well,
jury selection?
I mean, right, we already have our panel because we did
Yes.
the questionnaire.
Correct.
So we could,
What time would be present with the potential jurors?
right, we would probably have to start at 11 a.m. on Monday. Or, I mean, we could
Which is in
start
2
earlier
hours
and
from right
just
now.
take a break for that hearing. Have a hearing set at 10:30.
Could we
Isaac
start
George?
perhaps at 1 o'clock on Monday? I think
Sure, I mean, do you need to start in the afternoon?
I think that would be better given the current circumstances.
Right, maybe you guys can get the documents and then be prepared to inform the court whether you can proceed.
Yeah, are they producing Monday morning? Because or Monday at 5.
So,
Good question.
Yeah, so our plan is to produce on Monday morning.
Okay, are you gonna come here and produce them here? How are they gonna be produced?
So when we produce the information from the laptop, I dropped them off at everyone's respective offices. I was prepared to do the same thing for the laptop.
That's the lawyer for the news company.
We will be flying in an expert to review everything in short matter. So, I mean, he's arriving over the weekend, so yeah, Monday morning would be obviously preferable.
Okay, and we can just continue our matter till on Monday at 1 o'clock. And then we can make a determination as to how we're gonna proceed and whether we start with jury selection.
So today at 1
How
o'clock,
many witnesses does the state
we'll
have
decide.
and how long do you think it will take?
We have about 20.
About 20.
About 20 witnesses. We think we will finish, well, it kind of depends on jury selection and this timing a little bit, but I believe we'll be done with our case at the end of the day on Friday.
So about 5 judicial days?
Yes.
We have at least a dozen witnesses noticed up. We have potential expert witnesses. I would anticipate our case in chief lasting well into the next week, so.
Okay, so 10 days?
Correct.
All right, and the attorneys that are gonna be trying the case, they're all here today?
Mr. Horvath will be accompanying me. He's covering other matters, but yes, for the state.
We'll be here.
All righty, so Monday at 1 o'clock, we also have a couple of motions on. I don't know, do you wanna argue them today?
The matters have been, I'd be happy to argue on Monday, court's pleasure. Everything's been laid out, our position's laid out. These issues have been addressed in different ways previously. We just wanted to make sure that the record was complete.
Okay, and you can decide on Monday.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
So-
We do have one other matter. I got a call yesterday We have a licensed private investigator who predates my involvement in this case. He called me last night. He was concerned he's being denied visitation. We prepared an order. We don't have any issues. We've come this far.
So that
he needs to have access
he's going to get access
my
to
client during
the judge. I
regular
think we watched this
visitation
part before.
Hours. He was taking some paperwork, legal paperwork. He was denied access. This can't happen, especially now.
Well, what was the reason?
They just said that certain investigators, certain private investigators are not to have access, contact visits with defendants, which obviously is violative of the Department of Justice guidelines. I haven't
been going to the jail?
He has been up until yesterday, yes. And obviously, with all that's going on, obviously I need the investigator, a licensed investigator, we don't have access to my client. Rick Frankie. I have an order that's prepared. I showed it to the state. It just says that he's to have access to my client, to our client during business, during the non-lockdown hours.
He's been going over there routinely and
He has been, yes.
Just yesterday?
Correct.
No reason?
None that he was given, other than that they've now changed the policy concerning non-attorney visits. And he went there with paperwork to give Mr. Tellis. Thank you.
So judge is going to sign that. The investigator is going to get access so he can resume visitation. And the court and the jail might have to revise their policy back to the way it was. But we're gonna jump from this right now. We will be following the hearing that happens today, and that hearing is going to decide whether or not they begin right away with jury selection or not. And either way, we'll find out this afternoon. And also, that hearing is probably going to address the issue of. Run to A. Does that work? Okay, there we go. We're also going to address the issue of the evidence that they're turning over just this morning. The Scripps News is turning over from the victim's laptop to both sides. It's very late in the day, and the judge is like, "You guys serious? When are you going to produce this?" Well, Monday morning, and that's jury selection. You're literally going to turn over key evidence in this trial the morning of jury selection, and so that could throw a wrench in the works. It really could. It could put a delay on this, and we might have to bump this out and follow something else in the meantime. But we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can go back to Judge Boyd live and see what's happening up here with Judge Boyd.
Not you want a jury trial. If you choose to work out an agreement, we'll do a plea that day. Otherwise, the next setting after September 12th will be for a jury trial. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court and being on time. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome. Just step back and have a seat, and
Thanks
they'll
for
give you a
bringing a
reset form.
purse.
All right. Luis Martinez.
Luis. Lawyer's like, good luck. Good luck, man. I know this case.
All right. State, were you able to tender an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, we were. We did receive the offer.
Where's the defendant? Here he is.
All right. Mr. Martinez, how old are you?
51 April.
I'm sorry?
61 April.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can you set this for 3 weeks for a plea deadline date, please?
We are going to do a thumbnail for the Tellis trial.
That is Luis Martinez.
We'll do a community thumbnail. We can actually start it now.
All right, we're going to come back on September 3rd. On September 3rd, you need to let the court know whether or not you've reached an agreement. If you've reached an agreement with the state, a plea will be taken that day. Otherwise, your next setting after September 3rd will be a jury trial. Do you understand? I'm sorry?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I need an acknowledgement of discovery sign, please.
Sure, Judge.
Thanks. All right, thank you.
Have a seat, sir.
All right, here we go. We're going to create a thumbnail for Tellis. Just one second. Tellis. I said Tellis that time, Amber. I caught myself.
Sarah Elizabeth Rodriguez. Let me see what page she is on.
All right, we have the link copied. Let me.
All right, are you all ready to proceed? All right,
If we'll request time to review that amendment, Your Honor.
all right. And state,
So the
have
new
you
trial is a
given
murder
the
trial.
defense notice of what will be included in the amended indictment?
A wealthy
All right,
politician
Ms.
accused
Ferguson.
of murder.
On Sarah Rodriguez, can you set this for 15 days for a contested? And of course, if it turns out if it's not contested, then it won't be a contested.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Ms. Abrams, Sarah Elizabeth Rodriguez, she's on page 8. I'm sorry, page 6 is going to be a contested.
Does anyone know the docket, what she charged with?
All right, we'll be
Sarah
back on
Elizabeth
August
Rodriguez.
29th.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
I did fight against technology. I misspelled that.
Ruben Torres Avalle?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning. Where's your
Fixed
clock?
it. Fix it,
coming up,
Teresa.
Judge.
All righty. Tell them to stop chewing gum.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Swallow it.
What we're asking for is a reset to later this week to plea. I have
He's
the
still
plea
chewing.
paperwork. I would just like to review it with him. He's a Spanish speaker. I know we can do that. I just don't, even if it's tomorrow, I just would like time to go through it slowly.
All right, we have time because today is a plea deadline date for him.
We've accepted a plea and I'll even sign a jury waiver. We're just looking for just the time to review in the office. That's all we want. And like I said, even if it's tomorrow, we can do that. We just need just that little bit of time.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Ruben Torres Avalle, recall this for tomorrow for plea.
Thank you,
All right,
Judge.
thank
We'll see
you.
you in the morning.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you.
May we be excused then?
Yes. Oh, once he signs the reset form.
Taminator 61, 3 weeks till I become a first-time granny. Grammy, sorry, I said granny. Will change my name to Graminator, but I will be getting me a new baby girl. Please celebrate with me. That is awesome. Taminator, that's super exciting. We were able to see grandparents over the weekend, and it was a lot of fun. The grandparents spoil the grandkids, you know that. I mean, they had a lot of fun playing with the toys that my in-laws purchased just for their use.
You're welcome.
So I'm not sure if when I look at, say for instance, let's see. Which camera is this? That's 3. I'm not sure if my computer still thinks that I am back east. 6.
Again, glad you're coming back.
9, 10, 11, 12, 1. So when there's some upcoming videos, I'm just not sure if they're showing how many hours. I just don't think it's local time. Is it based off my YouTube account or off my computer time zone? So many issues. Anyway, this afternoon, I think it's slated for 2 p.m. It's in 4 hours. So whenever that is, 2 p.m. in 4 hours. That's going to be the Robert Tellis hearing. We're going to bring that to you, and we're going to cover that as well. I've got to talk to Mrs. R.A. really quickly, so if you guys can hold on. We're going to leave Judge Boyd on here really quickly. I'm going to leave you with Judge Boyd just for a moment. I will be right back.
Oh, what's going on? I was like, I saw you on the docket today, but nothing for us. How you doing? I'm doing that. And you asked me. So much more good. I got lucky. Sure. It's always one. It's always one. Thank you. Right, right. Actually, in these things.
Did Judge Boyd leave us in silence? Was there like absolutely nothing to listen to while I was gone? I feel like we have no babysitter. Let's be naughty. Yeah. All right. It's sort of quiet in court. Keep an eye on Judge Williams. He's still going about doing his thing. So let's watch that one. Let's see, camera 7. Camera 2. Hang on, who do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's quiet in Boyd's court. We need a bus chase? Are you volunteering? I have allergies, Cherry Ann. I have allergies. I don't know what it is in the air here, but it's been, as soon as I got here, it's been nonstop. Emma says, thank you for the subscription gift, whoever it was. Thank you very much. I can show you, let's see. It might have been Green-Eyed Cat. Thank you very much, Green-Eyed Cat, gifted a membership. Could have also been Greeners, who gifted a whole bunch of memberships. Could have been Zachary Wells. Could have been Red Pen, Lois Cox, Kim R., Jennifer Juniper. Did I miss any? Or Denise Feldman-Ersland. I think those are the possibles. You'll have to do your own homework to figure out which one it was. Excited about your first time Grammy granddaughter. That's going to be awesome. Okay. It's quiet with Judge Boyd. We don't have Richard Tellis. Ooh, lots of people coming into court pretty quick. We don't have him until later this afternoon. It could be the smoke. There's a lot of smoke in there, and let me show you. Let me show you outside. Well, first of all, that's way too bright. Let's do some adjustments here. Okay, there's one. Let's crank that one up. And then let's turn this one up as well. But right there, there's a bird flying. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to see. I mean, this is looking through the smoke, but this is really what it looks like to me. My camera can see through the smoke and can show me the mountains, but that's outside. And that's, I don't know, that's what? 10 miles? I think that's about 10 miles from me. So. Let's go back to Judge Boyd. Let's see what's happening here.
How are you doing this morning, Judge?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Have you conferred with the state?
I have, Judge. I've
Did you
conferred
confer
with
with
state.
probation?
I did, Judge.
All right. Probation?
I have to. Judge,
Yes.
Mr. Nix is officer not having any issues, any concerns for removing the ignition interlock. She has completed her intensive outpatient treatment, and she's completed the classes that were mandated of her. So there haven't been any violations or anything like that. Her officer is okay with the removal.
Judge, just for your knowledge, she is already off the DWI probation, and Judge Key has already signed the interlock removal order for her down there.
All right, state. This is a request for removal of ignition interlock. This court placed her on ignition interlock because she had a new number one, which was the DWI. I'm being told by defense counsel that her probation in that court has expired.
Okay.
So they're asking for removal of ignition. Our interlock probation has told me that she has not had any violations of ignition interlock.
Okay, Judge. Do we look at it?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
spoke with Daniel.
Oh, you
about it.
talked-
I already talked to Daniel about it.
All right. Do you have any objections?
Okay, there.
So are you in agreement?
Yes.
Okay. All right, continue to do well. Don't slack. All right?
Ma'am.
Okay.
No slacking here, definitely not.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. And thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you, appreciate it. And when we're done, Judge, may we be excused?
Yes, and if you want to have them make a copy of the order, just let them know.
Okay, Judge, thank you very much.
Or either probably just take a photo of it. We only have one clerk.
No, I understand.
Take a photo of the order. Copies are not happening today. We've only got one clerk. Yeah, there are lots of fires. I think it is the smoke.
Okay, all right, here.
Yeah.
All right, who's here on Heather Moore? And Ms. Abrams, this is an application for deferred. Good morning. And you're in the center. If you could move a little bit. And counsel, you're there. All right, everyone, we're going to go on the record, so please do not talk behind the court reporter. Court is calling 2023 CR 3486, State of Texas versus Heather K. Moore. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Paul J. Smith for the defense.
And are you Ms. Moore?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all of the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
We did, Your Honor, yes.
Ms. Moore, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Judge, we're waiving count one and proceeding on count two.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments, the defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions with your attorney? Just one moment off the record. Counsel, don't talk behind the court reporter. You can move your client towards the end. We're back on the record. Did you understand the state is proceeding on count two? The charge is possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 to 200 grams.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a second degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Ms. Moore, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 2. Punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison, and the state is opposed to your application for community supervision and deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is at the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State is at the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense in count 2, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Contest.
State any evidence.
State offers State Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
No objection.
All right, you may continue to confirm. You're excused. Ms. Moore, did you review the document entitled Waiving Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
Yes, Your Honor, I am on.
I know we're not following it, but I want to show you what's happening in Young Thug. Oh my goodness. Young Thug has had an 8-week hiatus. The jury's been off for 8 weeks, and now they're back. Copeland is back on the stand, and it's just this. We've got a new judge, same jury, witnesses back. It's nuts. Let me see. Let me bring this in briefly. Well, we'll just be here for a couple minutes, and we'll be back.
I don't recall what I done told the police.
And also in that same interview, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
To get what?
Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
I ain't doing no running.
I ain't doing no running.
And is it true that after you ran outside of the club, that you told Detective Thorpe?
I ain't doing no running, Miss Hilton.
Okay. Well, is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I told you I'd tell him anything.
Okay.
You want the truth though, but I ain't doing no running. I'm gonna make other people run.
All right.
I make other
And
people
once you
run.
went outside of the club, you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J.
Did I do something to him?
Did I do something to him?
Once you went out the club, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you saw Bloody J outside, you asked them what was up. Like, why did they beat you up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that one of your friends ended up beating up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Then you also told Detective Thorpe that after this incident on Club Crucial, the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, you told him about a meeting that you were aware of involving an individual by the name of Mo. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with a person by the name of Mo?
I don't recall.
And that the meeting with Mo was about you and Thug. You and Thug were the topic of discussion at this meeting with this individual named Mo.
Sound like something else I make up.
Okay. And then at the time, Mo is actually in prison.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. And that the guy in prison, he's supposed to try to get you and Thug killed.
I don't know about Thug, but I'm still here, ain't it?
That's not my question. Isn't it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
Nobody gonna do nothing to me.
So do you not remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I done told Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. Also, in that same interview, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that once you found out about this meeting, you reached out to members of If Gang and asked them if they were going to kill you and Thug?
You sound cop and deuces?
I'm sorry?
You sound cop and deuces?
I asked you, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you heard about this meeting, about people wanting to kill you and Thug, you text people of If Gang asking them if they wanted to kill you and Thug?
I bet you don't got them text messages. So my answer is, you want me to tell the truth. And the truth is, when I talked to Detective Thorpe, whatever his name is, I told him anything. And I'm telling you today, it was a lie. And today, I'm telling you, I made things up.
Okay.
That is the God honest truth.
So is it your testimony today that that you were not aware of a meeting, that you were the subject, people wanted to kill you?
My answer is, I don't recall nothing. I don't told the detective. So, okay. And I'm telling you, whatever I did tell him, I was making it up. Okay. It don't take a rocket science to figure it out.
It doesn't take a rocket
science. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
Huh?
Isn't it true that you also told Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
I probably did, just to try to make my story seem more convincing. I don't recall what I done told them. I don't know.
Okay. And during the course of that shooting at the Lakewood house, Thug's car got shot at.
I don't recall.
Legally Blonde. Oh.
Now, wow. Did you also speak with?
Maybe
isn't it true that you spoke with Detective Thorpe about the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered?
So it may seem like I'm trying to help Thug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. Okay. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. Okay. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying.
All right. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered, you were actually at the studio with Thug?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. And that the studio that you were at was DJ Drama Studio.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't know that. I don't recall.
All right. Have you ever been to DJ Drama Studio with
I don't even know who DJ Drummer is.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that on the morning of Donovan Thompson's murder, you actually went to your girlfriend's house early in the morning around 5 or 6 o'clock a.m. after you left the studio with?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you left the studio on Friday night, the night before Donovan Thomas was murdered, you went to your girlfriend's house at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and that would be on Saturday, January 10th?
I don't know. I can't remember what I told it. I don't recall what I told that man.
Okay. And is it true that in that same interview on January 11th, that you told Detective Thorpe that you stayed at your girlfriend's house until about 7 p.m. at night, and that's when you left your girlfriend's home?
I'm single.
Back in 2015, did you have a girlfriend by the name of Deshawn Quarterman?
You have to say her name like that?
Okay. Did you have a girlfriend back in 2015?
My daughter mama, yes.
Okay. And was she your girlfriend in 2015?
She's my daughter mama.
In 2015, was she your girlfriend?
We had a child together in 2015.
All right. And during the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you woke up at her house, that she was not present? She was not there at the house when you woke up?
I don't remember what I told the detective.
Okay. Do you remember her being at the house when you woke up the day that Donovan Thomas was killed? Okay. And when you woke up and she wasn't home, you actually called her to find out where she was. Do you remember did you tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you also called your brother to get his car on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You say, is it true?
Yes.
Nothing I say is true.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you called your brother to get his vehicle on the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You said, did I call my brother to get his vehicle?
Yes.
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed, you got your brother's vehicle so that you could borrow his car?
Yeah, that was another lie.
Okay. So you never borrowed your brother's car?
No, that was my car.
This must be
Did you tell Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall telling Detective Thorpe. No, I mean, like, my brother never let me drive his car.
Okay. Is it true that your brother lived in the same neighborhood as your girlfriend back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that on this same January 10th, 2015 date, you actually left your girlfriend's house and went to your brother's house to change clothes and to get his car so you can use it?
I don't recall.
Okay.
This is
it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you got the car from your brother, you actually drove over to Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
Okay. And it's also true that after you drove over to Mechanicsville, or when you drove over to Mechanicsville, you went to the green store?
I don't recall.
Okay. And is it true that when you were at the green store, someone gave you some peroxide to put on your mouth because you had a cut on your mouth?
Huh?
Back in January 2015.
No, I'm saying, I don't recall. You don't got to re-ask it again. I don't know nothing about none of that you're talking about.
Okay.
The jury is there.
And while you were in Mechanicsville, you got a call from Little D from Mechanicsville that he was on Cleveland Avenue? Do you recall telling the?
I don't recall.
Okay. And once you got the call from Little D, you actually drove over to Cleveland Avenue and met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
Yep. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that when you got to the McDonald's at Cleveland Avenue, Little D got into the car with you and just told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
Detective Thorpe is a person that you could just tell anything to. And that's what I did. I do not recall what I said to that man.
Okay. Is it true that you then told?
We're going to ask about prior statements. I'm going to ask you to specify your statement.
All right.
The date.
Okay. Can you be a little more specific in your questioning as to which statement it is?
Sure. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't recall.
Okay. And in that same interview,
That's Young Thug in the black and white.
when you met with Little D, he told you that Nut just got killed, bro.
I don't recall.
And you responded, really, bro?
I don't recall.
And then you asked him what happened.
I don't even know what happened.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked him what happened?
I don't recall.
And the first thing you told Little D was, damn, they gonna say that I did it, bro.
Huh?
Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11th interview that after Little D told you that Nut got killed, you said to Little D, damn, they gonna say I did it, bro?
Soundbite. She is cross-examining this witness.
Okay.
Maybe even
Isn't
impeaching
it true you
him
told Detective Thorpe that?
with
I don't recall.
prior statement. So she's going through the entire
And he
statement
responded
made
to you,
Detective Thorpe.
shit, before I know you ain't do it.
Who responded to me?
Little D, that's what Little D said to you.
He said what?
Shit, but I know you ain't do it.
That what he said?
That's what you said to Detective Thorpe.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall.
That's what he said.
Then is it true that you also told Detective Thorpe that as you were leaving the McDonald's, Moontoon called you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you don't recall Moontoon called you that night? Okay.
I don't know.
And that Moontoon called you on FaceTime?
I don't recall.
And Moontoon, for the record, is MOONK TOONK.
Monktook. What's his name?
And is it true that when Moontoon called you, you told Detective Thorpe that they think that you and Moontoon killed Nut?
I don't recall.
And at that time, Detective Thorpe asked you for a number for Moontoon.
He did?
Do you remember him asking you for a phone number for Moontoon?
I don't recall. I don't remember what we talked about in the interview.
Okay. And also during that interview, you told Detective Thorpe that Moontoon actually FaceTimed you.
Told you could tell the Thorpe anything, he'll go for it.
That's the detective right there, I think. The guy in the suit.
And in that same interview,
you can tell him
did you
anything,
tell
he'll
Detective
believe
Thorpe that initially you didn't want to come to police headquarters, but you talked to people and asked them whether or not you should come down to the police headquarters?
Can't nobody give me, I would not listen to nobody, not even you.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe?
This witness
So
has
at
an
first,
immunity deal.
I asked like, hey bro, they saying I did it. I need to go to headquarters. And he's like, nah, we need them to call you. And I told everybody I didn't have nothing to do with it. So I called. I was trying to get the best advice I can. Then the next you know, they was like, oh, I called my girl's mama. I was talking to her before they shot her house up. Me and her was talking on the phone.
You put me here to tell the truth. The truth is I made it up. I'm gonna have to keep telling you this. So the police come get me. Man, we got you. You put a gun out on us, man. Just give us your boy Thug. What y'all want me to say?
On January 11th, did you pull the gun out on anybody? On January 11th, 2015, did you pull the gun out on anybody?
I ain't did nothing.
Okay, so you went down to the police department on your own, correct?
Got it.
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you went to the police, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
I think that was the motive.
Okay, so you went down on your own to tell them about whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
Say that again?
You went to police headquarters on your own to tell them whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
Is it a trick question?
No, it's not a trick question.
Can you ask it again?
Sure.
Number 3.
Back in January of 2015. The night that Nut was murdered, you went to Atlanta Police Department, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you went down there, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
You gonna lock me up?
Did you get locked up on January 11th, 2015?
I'm saying if I get my answer now.
Did you go to clear your name about killing Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
In that same interview, you were asked who dropped you off to the police department. And you told them it was Multo who dropped you off to the police department. Is that correct?
I thought you said Moontoon called me.
After Multo called you, did you meet up with Multo?
I don't recall. So much happened that night. I don't know.
Okay. What do you remember happening that night, Mr. Copeland?
Shit, I don't know.
Okay.
I ain't telling them myself.
All right.
Ain't telling on myself. That's basically I plead the fifth.
And back in 2015,
illegal.
isn't it true that Multo was driving a blue or gray Malibu vehicle?
Ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay.
They're passing the cup of tea around. And they did the full circle. He's moving it far away.
In the
Just picked it
same
up, moved it
January
around, put it
11th
back.
interview,
Nobody drank from it.
did you also tell Detective Thorpe that the only person that you had beef with from If Gang was Kel?
I don't recall.
If he pleads the fifth, he gets locked up. He can't be
What I
punished
told the
for not
detective.
recalling.
But you asking me for the truth. I keep telling you, I would tell detectives whatever they wanted to hear or whatever they wanted me to say to get out of my situation.
All right. During this interview,
this is the witness that had the
January
ex parte
11th
meeting
interview
with the judge.
Detective Thorpe, did you talk about the gang that Kel was involved in?
I gotta tell you about something I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel was a part of 9 Deuce Inglewood ABG gang?
I don't recall.
Too much more gang talk. We're gonna have to break out the song.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that was the same gang that Bloody J was a part of?
I don't recall.
I hope the court
I
reporter
thought
has
I
it.
was here thought I was here to tell the truth.
Okay.
Okay.
And what's your new version? What's your truth today?
That I lied.
And that you lied about everything back in 2015?
My truth today is I lied and put the blame on others for a lot of activities. I ain't telling on myself. I ain't got nothing else to say. I don't recall.
Okay.
He's saying, I did it.
Now,
but I'm
did
not
you
gonna
also
confess.
talk to Detective Thorpe about you at one time being cool with Bloody J or being friends with Bloody J?
I don't recall what I told detective, investigator, what deputy, whatever you want to call them.
Okay. And then you stopped being cool with Bloody J and ABG once you started hanging around Thug.
I don't hang around other people.
Okay. Isn't that true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11, 2015 that when Thug started letting me hang around him, that's when you were no longer cool?
I'm from Mechanicsville. I do what I want to do.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
I tell Detective Thorpe anything to get him off of me.
Do you think this is working? Is it jury?
Y'all believe me so much. Why? Never mind, man. Look.
Do you think
After
the
Donovan
jury's buying
Thomas
this?
was killed, did
It's a hostile
Deshaun's
witness
mom's house get shot up?
You said did her mom's house get shot up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about the fact that her mother's house got shot up after Donovan Thomas was killed?
I don't remember if I said it to him, but I know her mom's house did get shot up, so I don't know what I told him.
So if you told him that her house did get shot up, that would have been the truth and not a lie, correct?
Look, y'all had 50 police investigators questioning me different times. I don't remember, because I know y'all trying to trick me to get me back in jail. I don't know if it was Detective Thorpe, Gaten, Dennis, or whoever other police is here. What I don't lie and told them. But every time that they came and told me, I sat in front of them and gave them whatever I wanted to tell them. And if it was the truth, it would not take no 10 years later for them to try to go do anything about it or to go back and use it. I'm telling you today, I told you before y'all put me in this courtroom that I lied. I don't want to be here. I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not in here trying to work in nobody's favor. Y'all is not fit to put it on my conscience that I done sat up here and lied on these boys for stuff that I don't did. Not what I did, but for stuff that I'm not fit to sit up here and lie on them. And no, I don't care. Stop asking me questions. I'm not fit to lie on them.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Copeland, listen to the question that Ms. Hilton just asked you and see if you can answer that question. Just pay attention to what she's actually asking you and answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question was, on January 11, 2015, you told Detective Thorpe about Deshaun's mother's house being shot up, correct?
I told it to a police. I don't know which one to be specific.
And that was not a lie, correct?
Her house was been shot up.
Okay, so that wasn't a lie when you told Detective Thorpe that, correct?
I don't know if it was him I told it to.
Okay.
I don't think we've gotten a clear answer yet. Overruled.
So that wasn't a lie, though, correct? If you told any police, whether you remember being Detective Thorpe or Gaither, was that a lie?
That her house was shot up?
Yes. So was that a lie?
What you mean?
You just said
so. When you finessing the police, this how you finesse the police. You take a little bit of the truth and you take the bullshit and you put it together.
Okay. So
that's how I outsmarted Detective Thorpe and Gaither and everybody else. Take this right here, because I know they didn't know this, and put it with this over here.
And during all of your interviews, did they tell you we're going to have to corroborate what you said?
And if you take all of my interviews and put them together, let's see what you come up with.
Okay. But did they tell you that? Did they tell you they were going to corroborate everything that you said? Overruled. Did the detectives tell you that they would have to corroborate everything that you said?
I can't tell you. Y'all have so many police talking to me. I don't know. I can't say what they done told me.
Did Gaither tell you on multiple occasions, I'm going to have to verify what you're telling me? I just can't take your word for true. I have to verify what you're telling me.
I don't know nothing about all that. I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Let me ask you this. Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither while you were locked, after you got locked up in June of 2015, calling her on her cell phone while you were in jail?
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall asking her, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be able to get out? And she kept telling you, we got to verify what you told us.
And did I get up?
I'm asking you a question. Did she tell you?
Listen,
we have to answer my question.
I'm about to. You won't let me. If I call Detective Gaither and she said she had to verify anything I said in 2015. In 2015, y'all locked me up every month. Y'all locked me up. February, I got out March. Y'all locked me back up March. I got out April. Y'all locked me back up June. I didn't get out to 2019. So if she verified anything I said, there were 4 years and some change. I did 51 months in the federal prison. Nothing been verified that I said, or whatever the case is. I haven't heard anything from Detective Gaitman, but it's nothing to spin the police.
So my question to you was, did Detective Gaither tell you that she had to verify what you said?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to the January 11, 2015 interview, do you recall Detective Thorpe asking you about whether or not you ever rented or owned an Infinity vehicle?
I don't recall.
They can't just admit his prior testimony, his remarks into court. And so they're trying to read it in this way, and he's not verifying anything. He's saying, I don't recall.
Earlier you said that your brother never gave you a car or let you borrow his car. Did you remember saying that?
I bought my own car.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that your brother let you borrow his white Dodge Charger?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. And matter of fact, is that the same white Dodge Charger that members of If Gang shot at while you were on the highway back in late January of 2015?
Well, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, you told your brother to make the police report because it was his vehicle that you were driving when members of If Gang tried to shoot at you on the highway.
I don't recall.
All right, so you can imagine how the rest of today is going to go in this case. I don't think you're going to get any confirmation from this witness on any of the things he told any of the police at any point. He has a very faulty memory when it comes to this, and he knows that if he says I don't recall, they can't.
And during
they
the
can't punish
course
him.
of this January 11th interview, isn't it true that you talked to Detective Thorpe multiple times about all the incidents that occurred in the weeks leading up to Donovan Thomas getting killed?
I better have a different story every time.
Okay. Specifically, you told him a couple times about the incident at the Cascade skating ring. Isn't that true?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Specifically what I said. I know if you take any time I talk to the Detective Thorpe, I bet you ain't none of my stories going to be the same.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that in January of 2015, when you first talked to the police about what happened with Donovan Thomas, you were actually trying to protect your friends and you didn't want to give them all the information back in January of 2015?
I'm just trying to protect myself.
Okay. But then
I got a family to protect.
Okay. But by June of 2015, you finally disclosed everything that you knew about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder and everything that happened leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, sir. What y'all did was y'all kept locking me up and putting me in isolation, putting me in protected custody at the Fulton County Jail, where people putting feces all on the wall, locking me in the room, keeping me in there 23 hours a day, fucking up my mental, and keep dragging me back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to make. Man, listen, man.
So I ask you my question again. Isn't it true that in January of 2015, you were trying to protect your friends, so you didn't give the police a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder?
I can't. Can you ask that again?
Sure. Isn't it true that in January 2015, when you first spoke to Detective Thorpe, you did not give him a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder because you were trying to protect your friends?
No, I just had enough time to protect myself by getting my story together. Like, I'm only thinking about protecting myself. Why would I try to protect some people and then wait down the line and give them up? They don't make sense to me.
Because isn't it true that in June of 2015, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you?
That's if I thought Thug was trying to kill me, I'm trying to get him.
Okay. In June of 2015, did you think Thug was trying to kill you?
That's what I told the investigators.
Isn't that true?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. And also in June of 2015, were you involved in a number of retaliatory shootings because of Donovan Thomas being killed?
Huh?
By the time we get to June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings because people thought you killed Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Calls for speculation.
Well, as to the compound question, you can try to ask it more simply. She's asked, I'm going to overrule with regard to speculation because she's asking about his own mind.
So in June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings?
Well, y'all locked me up in February. I got out March. Y'all locked me back up again March. I got out April. And then the feds came kicking in my door June. So I basically was in jail most of the time. So I don't recall being a victim of a lot of shootings.
Okay. By the time June 2015, we already talked about your girlfriend's mother's house was shot up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were shot at while driving on the highway, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You, your child, and your child's mother was shot at while you were leaving the home. Correct? You also had...
I was shooting back.
We're going to get to the fact that you shot back.
Yeah.
You also had another shooting at another family member's house.
Shooting back.
Is that correct?
Was it?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. So by the time you speak to the police in June of 2015, you or your family were the victim of a number of different retaliatory shootings.
I guess. I don't.
And that was all as a result of people thinking that you killed Nut, correct?
Right. Now, Ms. Hilton, that is speculation. Okay.
Was it your belief that it was because people thought you killed Nut?
They didn't think.
When you said they didn't think, what do you mean?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He keeps catching himself as he starts to say something he shouldn't. I'm sorry, this is crazy. This is just wild. A year into this court case, and this is...
Now, in that same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
Huh?
In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe that some of the beef that you were having with Kel is because you were not down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. We never liked them.
Okay.
We never
I'm
liked
asking,
them.
did you tell Detective Thorpe that the reason this beef is because you were no longer down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. My neighborhood is known for killing them.
That's not my question.
I would never be part of their gang.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe or Detective Thorpe asking you, okay, so you left ABG, and your response to that question, yes, but that was in about 2013. I went to jail in 2013 or 12. I went to jail in 2012. I did a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the gang no more. I told him I wasn't in it. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
Being questioned by the police, the main goal is to be a victim. And that's what my motive, to play a victim. So if Detective Thorpe asks me any question, I'm going to play a victim. So I'm going to say whatever that come to my mind to make myself look innocent and to be a victim.
Okay. And then you also told Detective Thorpe that when you got out in 2013, you just stopped going around and you just wasn't claiming it anymore. Did you recall telling him that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You also told Detective Thorpe that once you got out of jail in 2013, you just stopped going around and that you weren't claiming it anymore.
I don't run behind nobody.
Okay. And then did you also tell Detective Thorpe, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL?
Again, I'm talking to Detective Thorpe. So if I did say that.
Okay. And as you said, that is about, so because you rap, I'm going to get some money, but I'm going to claim YSL.
Can you say that again?
Sure. You told him, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL. It's about rap, so I'm going to get some money, but I'm claiming YSL.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Now, you keep saying that you told Detective Thorpe whatever it is that you wanted to say, that you were finessing him. Correct. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, I'm not trying to go to jail. I'm not trying to do any of that. I don't want none of this. Me and Nut ain't never had a problem.
And I still ain't trying to go to jail.
Okay. So why would you be lying to Detective Thorpe if you did not want to go to jail?
Can you say that? Why would I be lying to him if I didn't want to go to jail?
Correct.
What you mean?
Like you keep saying that you were just lying. Why would you lie versus just telling him the truth?
That's how I was raised. I was raised up to lie to the police. I was at an early age, I was taught to lie to the police.
But if you're trying not to go to jail, why would you lie to the police versus telling them the truth?
You trying to trick me?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not going to confess.
Confess to what?
Nothing.
When you went in on January 11th, were you there only to talk about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know what I'll be. All I know is if you give me an opportunity to talk my way out of the situation, I'm about to talk my way up out of the situation.
During the course of your interview, were you asked about what your Instagram page was back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And back in 2015, is it true that your Instagram page was Woody372?
I don't recall. I had a lot of Instagram, so I don't know.
Okay. Is it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe that your Instagram name was?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe that because people thought you killed Nut, that you were getting a lot of threats on your social media page?
I think I was throwing people back.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were getting threats on your social media page?
I don't know. Detective Thorpe talked to me, and I can't remember what I said to him because I was making it up. And you asking me right now, and I'm telling you to your face. Can you look me in my eyes? I'm telling you to your face, I made it up.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that someone posted on your page, "I'm going to die tonight," but then she deleted the comment, but you screenshotted it?
I'm still here, ain't it?
I'm still.
Is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
And you actually showed him the screenshot on your phone.
I told you
What
play
she
a
said.
play a victim. That's the key.
So what the state is basically presenting is that his initial discussion with the police was the truth, and they're trying to use that as evidence against the defendants. Well, he has basically recanted that truth, and is continuing to recant that truth by saying, "I don't recall."
Do you recall how many people back in January 2015 that you asked whether or not you should go down and talk to the police that night of Donovan Thompson's murder?
I never take people advice.
Okay. Do you recall, or is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Deshaun's dad about whether or not you should go down and talk to the police?
I never had Deshaun's dad number that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, that's what me and her daddy talked about? I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go down, but I told him, and he's like, nah, because they might find out what happened. You know what I'm saying? And then you ain't got nothing to do with it. So just wait until they come and talk to you. Don't go down and talk to them.
So I was raised up that if when nobody with you, they don't need to know. So I ain't on all that what you talking about. It was a lie what I told Investigator Thorpe. It's something that I came up out top. I was making it up. That's why I can't remember what I said to him. You want me to say something that I didn't say so you can put me back in jail?
Okay.
I don't recall what I said. I don't.
Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr.
Huh?
Copeland? Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Did you kill Donovan Thomas? You shaking your head? Is that a no?
No.
Okay, then. And is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe back on January 11, 2015?
His mind's going 100 miles an hour.
Is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't understand. I don't know if this is a trick question.
When you went down there, did you go down there to tell Detective Thorpe where you were the entire day and that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Melvin, can I answer that?
That's his lawyer.
Yeah, you need to answer that.
I don't know how to answer that.
Do you need to talk to Mr. Melnick?
No, I don't know if it's a trick question that she asked me.
All right.
I'm not understanding.
Hang on. Let's break. We're going to need to break in just a few minutes. Anyway, so let's break now.
Melnick
if you need
is
to
his
talk
lawyer.
to Mr. Melnick in the interim, you can do that. And then we'll come back after lunch and you can answer that question if, depending upon what you and Mr. Melnick decide.
I'm going to object to the question on the basis that it's a compound question.
All right. Well, that is true. I will sustain that objection. So Ms. Hilton, during the break, formulated into something that is not a compound question.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's break until.
Okay, we're not gonna pick it up after lunch, but we'll.
Will 1:30 be enough time for everybody?
Make a new question. Yeah, probably will.
All right. We'll.
Okay, so they're gonna break for lunch. What the state's trying to do in the Young Thug case is use that initial evidence, him going down to the police station saying, hey, it wasn't me. They're saying it's me. It wasn't me. I've got an alibi. And he told all sorts of stuff. And a lot of it seems to be true. His Instagram page was his Instagram page. You know, he told all this information. And so they're recounting this because now he's saying, I don't recall what I said and it was all a lie. Well, they're like, well, this part was true and this part was true and this part was true. And so they're using him saying, I don't recall, to basically, in the mind of the jury, hopefully get them to say every time he says, I don't recall, he means, yeah, he wishes he didn't say that now, but it's true. and it's drama all the way through. But talk about a crazy case. The 8-week break, they're going to have another week off here soon. Did you kill Donovan Thomas? That the question. Think back to the. Hang on a second. I think we got Ivan on the phone.
Call from
Mr. Ayden.
Ivan, my friend.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Going well. Woody there on the stand,
Man,
the young
Woody.
thug. It sucks having a bad
All I
memory.
know-
It really sucks.
All I know is I didn't kill Donovan Thomas. I don't know about you. I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
I know
It wasn't
that
me.
I've never met Donovan. I rest in peace. I'm sure it was a tragic way to go, however it went, but I know I didn't. It doesn't seem like a trick to me. But
Think back
we
to
all
those,
have our own.
the ex parte meetings they had with the judge, where they said if you say anything you say won't be held against you. You know, there's statute of limitations. Whenever
Yeah.
it's like, well, I'm going to say I killed him. And
Right.
and now he's found out that I think if he says that, he can be prosecuted. And so he's trying to walk this line where he wants to lie about everything or say that he lied about
He's
everything.
creating his own trick. He's creating his own trick questions. It's
And
just
he's
an
and
interesting
now
strategy.
and it doesn't help that the vernacular that's being used is there's a lot of slang. A lot of slang used, a lot of terms that street terms, street talk. And so he's wondering if there's a trick question. If I answer this question, does that actually mean that I did the other? And so he's going to get Mr. Melnick to straighten things out and tell him.
We may need to create a street thesaurus for some of these trials that get a little bit in the weeds for the average listener.
Yeah.
I could put together some sort of a street thesaurus, to sort of.
I'm not
like a-
sure
like
if
an
we could
index.
if we could show that on the air. I'm not sure if that violates YouTube's terms of service. But
Hey, I just wanted to pipe in, man. What are they putting in that Utah water? You're looking slim and fit, man.
yeah, that's what happens when you drive for a week and don't eat. No, just kidding. We
so
ate well.
Involuntary fast.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
I was while driving. I was far from my refrigerator, and it's when the refrigerator's close by, you eat more often, and so I only ate at assigned times, and it helps.
Very good. I know people have been asking. I've just been getting my own house in order here, taking a little break from the YouTubes as much as I had been, putting some more focus around the house. So everything's good. Everything's fine. Just been diverting some of my time elsewhere. So that's
good.
That's what the story is. But all is well. But me and Ricky will be back probably just start at the beginning of the month, back in September. So and I'll be back to my normal routine. Just had to get some things in order here before the kids start school again and focus some attention elsewhere, if that makes sense. So
that's 100% understandable. A lot of people were asking about you, saying they missed you and everything. Good to know that you're doing well. Sorry I missed a call from you. I
everything's
texted
good.
you yesterday. I missed your call, and I texted you back, and I don't think you ever read my text. So I thought we're even now.
I'll have to. I don't think I got one. Are you sure it went through? How was the service out there in Utah?
It's great. It's actually really good.
Yeah.
So.
You guys see? You got a view of the mountains?
I do. It looks like this, but that's
excellent.
Well, no, never mind. That's not it. Hang on. This is it. That was the courtroom. It looks like this. So I can see them. We had a good rainstorm last night. This morning it was much clearer, but the smoke has moved in. I think we're getting the California wildfire smoke, and it's just clouding up the air. And it's messing with my allergies.
Good deal. You got any hike plans? You gonna do any hiking?
Maybe I'll probably do some fishing if I can swing a non-resident fishing license. I'm not sure what that cost is nowadays, but I think I'm going to do some fishing. I've driven by a couple of places I fished before, and it's looks tempting.
I think we might need a RA Great Outdoors vlog.
The Bear Grylls edition, and just send me out there for a week with a pocket knife and a fishing pole and call it good.
I was thinking like 8 hours to get your feet wet, but
I need more time than 8 hours. 8 hours is just getting warmed up.
All right.
No, I think
Well,
actually I do want to go on a hike. The hike I want to go to is I placed a geocache in the Utah mountains. The first year geocaching was a thing. It was like 2001. It's one of the oldest geocaches in the state, and it's also.
How many metal detectors did you bring on your trip?
One, just one. That's all I had room for. All I had room for one, and I haven't used it yet. But
man,
Anyway,
Downsizing, huh?
I'm gonna go check my geocache and maybe put a
All
few
right.
little items in it, and that's about it. I'm gonna be here
All
for
right, good deal.
about a month and a half total. We'll be
Holy
back
cow.
middle of September.
Wow. So how many more hearings are you scheduled to appear or are scheduled to sit in on?
Hopefully I'm not scheduled to appear in any of them, but we've got another Corey Richens hearing towards the end of the month. That's a 3-day hearing, and the way that's going to run, we're going to record it during the day and then post it afterwards. It's not going to be live.
All right. Right on. Well, to tell them, Sam, I hope everybody has a good time. Bet the kids are loving being somewhere new, huh?
They're having a blast. I think they're going to a couple museums today, going to another water park. We did one of those over the weekend as well. And I don't know, it's fun.
Excellent.
They're having a lot more fun
Good
than
deal,
I am.
man.
I have a work vacation, and they're just vacationing. So.
Good deal. Well, have a good time. I'll give you a call off air in a few days, and I'll be around.
Awesome. We'll see you. Have a good
All
one.
right. Yep.
Bye.
Yep. Bye.
For the people who are talking about the geocaching, I placed the geocache. I think it was in 2001. It's a U.S. military ammo can, and it has this is an official geocaching game piece. It's placed. It's way up on the mountain. I rated it. I think it was like a 5 out of 5 on difficulty for terrain. Because you have to cross a rock slide where if you stand on it, everything just starts shifting. It's extremely dangerous to get there. It's way up on this not a cliff face, but a steep mountainside, in the entrance of what was like a mine, little exploratory dig for mining. So it's not like in a hole, but it's just under a little. It's covered, it's protected, and sort of held there by a couple of rocks. But I remember kids went up there and found it because it's a fun one to find. And I used to put some pretty nice items in there, some collectible, challenge coins and things like that. And some kids went up there and they left a note that on the way up they saw a big kitty. That's because there are mountain lions up there, so you do have to be careful up there. Do I know how many people have found it? Yeah, I can look at the log. If I can remember my password, I can log in and see how many people found it. Let's see. Non-resident 3 days $31, 7 days $51. Tempting. I gave away all my fishing gear before I moved away, and so I'll have to get some fishing gear as well. But the way I fish is pretty cheap. A little cheap fishing pole, a hook, a single weight, and some salmon eggs, and I can have fun all day long catching fish. 51 is reasonable for non-resident. That's not bad for a week. I probably only need a day, but they only sell them by 3 days. Do you know how many people have passed trying to find it? More than Mount Everest. I don't think there have been any fatalities. There's actually geocaches have to be placed a certain distance apart from each other. They can't be too close. And on the trail going up there, I think you can hit 3 geocaches using the same trail, but it's very dangerous depending on which way you do the loop because you end up climbing over some cliffs that are really rough. Don't get me started on having to pay to fish. I'm with you, and at the same time, I've benefited a great deal from the work that the state has done to improve fisheries. What is a geocache, please? A geocache is a location, a GPS location where there's a physical item. Usually, it's a box of some sort, or a bucket, a box, a bin, a film canister, and it's an object. It's like a tech version of hide and seek where you're trying to find an object, and once you find it, you can log that you found it. It's a check mark on your rap sheet, I guess. It's a good thing, and it's a game. It's a tech game where you get to explore and see different things. And I chose that geocache location by a place I used to visit a lot, and anyway. It's a lot of fun. Is an app? Yes, geocaching is the name of the game. If you search for geocaching, you can find it. It's a treasure hunt. And the fun thing is you find these boxes, and it literally, there are items in there, and they're items of value. And the rule is you take an item and you leave an item. And so there's always going to be exchanging contents. Hopefully that people are trustworthy and do it nicely. I've found that when I put really nice items in, like say like $20 items, they seem to all go all at once. Like somebody takes all of them. So there were times that I put $60 worth of collectible coins in a single cache, and one person took them all and then never even logged that they took them. And they're supposed to have trackable, so you take it and then you place it somewhere else so you can track it as it moves around. But the nice items still move around. The game's free. You can play. All you need is a GPS. Your phone should be enough to do it. Sort of like a rubber duck on a Jeep. It's like that. That would be something that would be acceptable in a geocache. Just no trash. We don't do Lagoon. We're not big on Lagoon. Drive by it though. How to find the podcast? The podcast is here on this channel. If you go to the playlist, you can search for podcast and you'll see all 100-something episodes. Okay, where are we at? I think, let's see, the Tullis trial starts in, let's see, on camera 6. Starts in like 2 hours, right? It should be live in 2 hours or so. So that's coming up. We'll bring that hearing. That's a hearing. And then at the hearing, they're going to decide if they're going to start with jury selection right away. But find one, take one, or like a little free library. It's very similar to that. But like the items that are in a geocache, it might be a keychain, it might be a little flashlight, it might be little travel tokens. They call them geobugs or travel bugs that have a unique code, and you'd leave something and then take that item. And if you take an item that has a travel code, the honor of geocachers says you have to place it in another item because you're trying to move it around the country, and that certain thing might have a goal. Like I've had items that have traveled to Europe that people have taken and moved from cache to cache across the country and across the ocean and things like that. But generally they end up getting stolen or lost, which is sad, but it's fun to see, something go several thousand miles. So it's in about an hour, 1:30 Eastern. I tell you, I cannot figure out these start times because my computer thinks it's on the East Coast. You leave bracelets. Some are a puzzle to open. Some are a puzzle to find as well. They can be hidden inside like a pole or something. It's crazy how they can hide some of these little geocaches. Yes, an emotional support zebra geocache. That would be a great one. I did not bring my emotional support zebra. I'm sorry, Reverend Beasy. What would be a RA geocache content? Solo cup with buckle swab, Walmart bag, Stop and Shop bag. Yep. That's mountain time. My computer says in 3 hours that it starts. I know it starts sooner than then. Hey Siri, what time is it in Las Vegas, Nevada?
In Las Vegas, Nevada, it's 9:30.
Are they Pacific? They must be Pacific. Wow, I didn't. Okay, for some reason I thought they were on Mountain, but. Okay, so it starts at 1:30, 1 or 1:30 Mountain Time, 9, 10, 12, so 2.5 hours. I don't know. When it goes live, we'll go live with it. Hit a cache on top of RA's electric pole. Very difficult terrain, yes. It was easier once the pole was broken. They don't change times. Okay, so I'm showing 3 hours to a start time, so that would be right. For me, it's 2 hours. All right, we do have, I would say we do have a thumbnail that we're starting to create for the Robert Tullis trial. Let me see if I can bring that up here. It's on camera 3. Where's 3? Oh, it's right there. Yes, I can bring it up right here on top of chat. Turn chat off and take 3 instead. All right, so here's our thumbnail so far. It's needs a little work, but we've got the welcome to Las Vegas. We have the construction and the straw hat. We've got the late computer files, the Las Vegas skyline, detective, all that stuff. That'll take shape throughout the trial. That will be It'll be updated. Why is that on still? There we go. So appreciate those who are working on that. Oh, the thumbnail's below. Did I show the wrong one? I definitely did. Okay, here we go. I've got the right one. Bring this over full screen and take that again. Okay, so this is the thumbnail. So what we have is we have instructions on the top. This is a working page. You put your elements in there in a text box to help you describe what's on there. So last minute evidence, that's from Zimmy. The investigators for PI denied access, that's at the jail. Vintage newspaper backdrop. Las Vegas skyline, judge with tiny glasses. So if you want to add something, it needs an explanation here so we know what it is. Defendant in disguise, right there, that's him. But you look down here, this is a working page for elements to consider. And then here is our actual thumbnail. There we go. There's the judge with the glasses right on the end of her nose. We've got the late computer. Welcome to Las Vegas. All that. So looking good. Looking really good. And I like that on the bottom. Let's see. Myron Sanchez gifted a membership. There are a couple that came in I need to read really quickly. If you'll hold on just 1 second. There we go. There's Myron. We had also Corey May, Wouldn't You Say Nothing at All? Yeah, that was, I don't recall. Selena K gifted 5 memberships as well. And then we had Taminator with the announcement about the granddaughter. So thank you. Thank you all. Why does it feel like it's noon, but we've got 3 hours till court starts? This is crazy. Let's see. Let's jump back to Judge Boyd then, because she's active right now.
Fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea with the state, court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that the
what
court
is
would
his
grant your
attorney- the
application
attorney
for
wearing
deferred
the
adjudication?
black stripe?
If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, off the record. Counsel. Counsel,
Kathy.
we're on the record.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Everybody misses the sign. All right. We're back on the record. Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I believe she does.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss Barron, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 1. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 1 year in the state jail facility. There's a $1,500 fine. The state opposes your application for community supervision and deferred adjudication, and there's to be restitution to the complainant. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is at the plea?
Yes, Judge.
State is at the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, no.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending no contact with the complainant. Did you understand that's a recommendation from the state and the court does not have to follow that recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offense that's charged in count 1, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State offers states 1 and attachments. No objection.
Did you state you may be excused?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you review the document entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
So she's going to do some light reading, see what the evidence is against her. It looks like the plea deal she's taking is for 1 year of jail. Plus. So I wonder what she did. She's not in custody now, but she took a plea to go to jail. Must have been bad. Court having reviewed the evidence.
After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. We're going to come back on September 19th for your sentencing. Ms. Abrams, there's going to be a PSI and tap on Melanie Barron. All right, once you sign the reset form and speak to probation, you're excused. All right, thank you.
All right.
Hello. Oliveras.
That was her crime.
Norma, if you'll give them a reset form. Hmm?
Dallas Cowboys. Uh-oh.
All right, so Mr. Munoz.
Judge like the Cowboys?
This is a case where she has an issue not being able to get her medications, can't afford medications.
Right.
And so they're asking for an extension of her probation.
Yes, Judge. The CLO did bring some of these issues to light, and now they confirm Ms. Olivares as well, Judge. I'm in agreement that, I think it's best for everybody that she gets set up back on the meds. We know that there's perhaps a proposal for a year extension. We wanted to see about a possible 3-month extension, Judge, for her to be allowed to go in as a walk-in to the Center for Healthcare Services, reestablish those services, get documentation that she's seen the doctor and being prescribed meds. And at that point, hopefully been able to provide that to the court to consider about her being let out probation, should she be set up with those meds, Judge.
All right, this is what the court will do. Ms. Abrams, on this case, I'm going to extend her for 6 months. Yes, if she is able to complete everything, she can always come back. But on these type of cases, I require that the complainant is informed and see if the complainant has any objections or are there any issues involving the complainant.
Yes, sir.
They have that contact on the phone. They speak on a regular basis.
All right. So we're going to extend for 6 months. And Ms. Abrams, let's set this for a hearing for an update to see how she's doing. When do you recommend?
4 months.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, Amy Oliveras, if you can give me a 4-month reset date, please. All right, is there anything else you need help with from the court?
No, ma'am.
All right, so this is going to be your attorney to help with that and make sure everything is being navigated appropriately. It's probably best, and I'm sure he'll let you know, that you get a case manager. Because if you had a case manager, they can help you with navigating the systems for your medications. All right, so we're going to come back on December 2nd. Between now and then, if there's any type of issue, let your attorney know, let probation know. And of course, if nobody's answering, which I think people will answer, you can always come back to court.
Okay, ma'am.
All right, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, do you know what you're supposed to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how this probation ends is completely in your hands. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson is going to give you a reset form, then your excuse. And if you'll make sure Ms. Ferguson puts you on the case.
Yes, definitely, Judge.
All right, thank you.
It's awesome. It sounds like she has the right steps to get things squared away now. Bug Dugger, thank you very much. 15 months. Nice message from Megan Easton, who came up before with a 15-month message as well. Things have changed a lot, but some things are still the same. Thank you, Megan. Wouldn't be the same here without you, so appreciate you both.
All right, who's here on Ruben Renteria?
Hey, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This guy's tall.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Let me just find him on the docket. So we're dressing appropriately for court.
Looks good.
All right, so do we have labs? Because the last time we were here, there was some laboratory testing needed for the marijuana.
We have everything, Judge.
Okay.
Are you high right now? She
Were
sent
you
out
able
get
to, have
tested?
you received all the discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State, were you able to tender an offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, how old are you, sir?
I'm 23.
23? If you can set this for 45 days for a plea deadline date.
How's your morning, Judge?
It's going well. How about you?
It's one of those days.
Well, I'm sorry. September 26th. Well, you know what? Here's the option. We can either have one of those days or not be alive to have one of those days.
Amen.
So to me,
That's
every
right.
day that you're alive is a good day.
That's what I keep focusing on when I'm stressed out. Is my family's healthy. It's all that matters.
Yes. You know, my mom always,
How's your mama doing?
she is doing good. My mom always tells me, and she tells my brothers and other family members the same thing that her mom would tell her. And you know what that is? If you have a problem that money cannot solve, then you have a problem. If money can solve it, even if you don't have the money, it's truly not a real problem. And usually that falls under health, right? It's like no amount of money you have is going to help you solve this health issue that you may have.
That's a wise way of looking at it.
Well, if you do, and you know what, there's always tomorrow. All right, we're gonna, she's gonna give you a reset form.
Yes, ma'am.
So on that date, you're gonna come back and you're gonna let me know whether or not you've reached an agreement with the state. I know you're young, that's why I'm giving you extra time. Speak to whomever you want to speak to. You understand?
I will.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sharon McDonald, one of our great mods. Thank you so much. Congrats on the
Sarah
18
Elizabeth
months.
Gutierrez, are we ready? All right, today is your plea deadline date.
Yes, Judge. So unfortunately, we are unable to come to an agreement on this particular case at this time, Your Honor.
No, unfortunate. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, now without
Jury.
trying for Ms. Gutierrez, I mean, there was an offer on this case to TIC if she pled.
But no, I don't need to know what the offer is. If you guys haven't come to an offer, that's fine. We'll have a jury trial.
Judge, I mean, just over, she has family violence.
Yes.
And there's some petty cases of family violence, but in our case, we've made an offer. And I believe that this time, the most appropriate thing to do, because those are at large, and they're probably how long they'll take.
Okay.
So trial setting would be the next appropriate level.
All right, how long do y'all expect this jury trial to last?
Just a couple days, Honor.
No
All
more
right.
than 2 days, Judge.
Ms. Ferguson, on Sarah Gutierrez, I need a trial date, 2 days.
2-day trial. What do you think it's for? Anybody have the docket pulled up?
And it's criminal trial division. Oh, you may be excused.
I like this. Wogger says, Dallas Cowboys shirt is unusual to wear in court. However, in Wisconsin, Green Bay Packer attire is practically formal wear in some circles.
No. All right, we're going to come back on October 1st. Your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not consider any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause.
I mean, I apologize. I'm not available on that day. I had submitted a vacation letter to the court as well.
All right. When will you be back?
I'll be back that week, just not on the 1st.
All right. Will you be back on the 2nd?
I'll be back on the 3rd to be specific.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, when do you want to set this? He's not available the week of October 1st. Everybody has to have their vacations, otherwise mental health suffers.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, September 3rd.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Right now, no. I'm not pleading anything. Thank you, Judge.
Don't talk. in
Who's
front of
here
the
on
judge.
one? Caballeros, are you all ready or no? Okay, all right, thanks.
Yes.
Who's here on Brennan Cornish? Brennan Cornish coming down?
In custody. I wonder what the jail uses to wash those uniforms, because that is bright. I mean, is like it could be like a Tide sponsorship.
All right, so what is happening on this case?
I was just going to ask if we could recall this for Thursday. I have to be back in this court on Thursday. I was talking with Daniel Escobar, but he went to a trial, and there are some discovery issues.
So there are discovery issues?
Well, this is our first setting, and there are discovery issues.
But what are the discovery issues?
Well, I've got one.
Everyone, please whisper.
Yeah, 4 files that are too large to download, and I want to discuss that with him. Plus, there's also an affidavit from the person who was in the building.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Cornish, could I have a 30-day reset for discovery? You need to confer with him off docket about whatever is
Look at the
not
witness's eyes.
downloadable.
30 days. Oh,
All
man.
right, we'll be back on September 12th. Jason, on page 5, can you let Daniel know that Brennan Cornish, they're unable to download certain things. And so we're going to come back on September 12th for discovery. You're welcome.
This has got to be frustrating for an inmate who is waiting for their
Leandra
day in court
Debriel.
and not familiar with the legal system, to see
Where's
all the
Leland
delays
McRae?
that just take time.
Yes, and we're ready to go.
Let me call him.
All right, just have a seat. We'll take you up. Who's here on Kevin Jones?
That's a MTR.
Yes.
Worked out? Yes.
Can I have a file stamp, please? For motion to revoke. Thank you.
MTR, motion to revoke bond. That means
Counsel, did
did
you have a
bad
chance to
thing.
speak with probation?
I did.
All right, court is calling 2023 CR 5280, State of Texas versus Kevon Alfred James Jones. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Casey Garrett, your order.
Defense.
David A. Garcia, attorney for Kevin Jones.
And are you Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you review the document entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Kevin Alfred James Jones who was placed on community supervision in 2023 CR 5280 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams on January 22nd, 2024 for a term of 8 years? Is that you?
Yes.
All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor, violated condition number 1 on or about the 22nd day, May 2024, in Bear County, Texas, to defendant Kevin Alfred James Jones committed the offense of evading arrest or detention in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Your Honor, we'll waive the remaining violated conditions.
No Any-
objection.
It's under distribution quantity, but it still could have been a lot.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you to 9 years in the prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
There's Your Honor.
Yes.
And it's a denied a motion to revoke, continue in Willis probation. The state is taking into consideration clause number 766366 and also to have the individual attend state ISF.
That is the agreement, Your Honor.
All right. So why is he continuing to violate? I mean, why is he violating probation?
Well, Judge, if you look at the three conditions, two of which have now been waived. The evading, I conferred with the state. It was something I've actually filed a motion for continuance. Because when you look at the police report, it was an execution of a search warrant at a location not my client's. And he was outside of the house. When the police arrived, everyone ran. My client states that he heard bangs. He was fearing for his life. So he ran and hid. And they found him hiding behind a shed in the area. The report from the probation department shows he's been clean. So that was a stupid mistake, Judge. The state and I looked at it. The motion was to get the video, but we worked out this deal. He's been sitting in jail for 2 months. His mother's present, who supports him and loves him. Other than that, the other violation was something about proof of change of address. And I think when he was arrested, he gave I think his father's address or something, which is different. And then I think the last one was not completing community service or something like that. So he's been working on doing well. We're hoping that the three months in ISF will make sure that he understands he cannot afford any mistakes. And we're hoping that you grant him this opportunity to prove himself and keep him on probation.
All right. And state with regards to this evading, I haven't seen the police report.
Would you like the police? I mean, pretty much the rendition is that it was a drug house that he was standing outside of and with another gentleman. When the officers arrived at DPS, they did run off and did not stop when asked to stop, and that's the evader.
All right. Thank you. You may continue to confer.
Thank you.
Why is it takes people to get arrested to decide they're going to change their life and they want to do things differently? He should not have even been outside a known drug house. And I don't want to hear, I didn't know it was a known drug house, because if you live in a neighborhood, no matter where you stay, you know what house is the house that you shouldn't be at.
I think the gentleman he was speaking to was his uncle, which doesn't excuse where
uncle
he
has
was,
a drug
Judge,
house?
but that's the situation we have.
And doesn't excuse giving fake addresses, doesn't excuse any of this. How old are you?
25.
You want to raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record.
Keegan Jones.
She's got some
Do
questions.
you know what your conditions of probation are?
Yes, sir.
Do you know part of your conditions of probation, you can't hang around people who've been in prison, who are out of prison, who are on probation? Do you realize that?
Yes, sir.
So is your uncle out of prison, been on probation, any of those things?
10 years ago. Yes, ma'am.
You can't hang around him.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't hang around any family member who's been in and out, who's been to prison, out of prison, on probation. It's not allowed while you're on probation. Do you want to go to prison? Then why are you behaving like you want to go to prison? Why? Why? You're 25. When are you going to grow up? And stop asking your mom to come down and cry and do this for you. Your mom should be enjoying the best days of her life, not dealing with someone who's 25 years old. You're a grown man and you're behaving like a child. When's the last time you had employment?
Before this happened.
Doing what?
Working at a moving company.
And how far did you go in school?
I graduated.
And what are you planning on doing with the rest of your life, other than hanging out with people you shouldn't be hanging around?
Need to stay out of trouble.
Well, everybody, I'm staying out of trouble. Are you staying out of trouble?
I try, Judge. I don't.
Everybody's staying out of trouble, unless it's good trouble. You're staying in bad trouble, and then you come to the court and you want to beg me to give you another chance. And you bring your mom down here when she has to pay for parking. I don't know if she drove or if she took the bus, but she could have been doing something else with her day. Instead, she's dealing with a grown man who don't want to behave well. Probation, is this what you all are asking for? All right, I'll deny the motion. Alternate amend conditions to include the MRT,
Motion to
ISF, and upon release, I want him on GPS. And it's going to be partial, and it's for employment only. So what that means is you're going to be on GPS. The only thing you're allowed to do on GPS is go to work and go back home. Who are you going to be living with?
Mother.
Does your mom want you living with her?
Yes.
Did you ask her? That's either yes or no.
Yes.
If I call her up here, is she gonna say you asked her, can I live with you?
Yes.
All right, so I see you looking up to see. Is he allowed to stay with you?
He does. But he's gonna abide by what I say.
All right, if you can come forward, please.
Oh, mom's coming up. She's going to be put under oath, and she's going to have some things to say too.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record.
Anya Bledsoe?
All right. Is this your son?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he's saying that he has your permission to live at your home. Is he allowed to live at your home?
Yes, he is.
All right. So he's going to be on GPS. He will only be allowed to go to work, then he has to come home.
Yes, ma'am.
If he violates those conditions, a motion to revoke is going to be filed.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you think your son needs to be successful?
If I tell you,
No, tell me.
you need to listen.
Okay.
I say, your people are the wrong. Your choices of the people are the wrong thing in your mind. You can't get over. You know, he was raised the correct way. So what he has done it doesn't make any sense. Following somebody is no good. Be a leader.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I try to teach him. You know, he's a good kid. He really and truly is. It's just like I say, following the wrong, even family. Because I have to cut mine out too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he will work. He helps me out with everything. He's a good kid, very mannerable and everything. And not to bring up when he was with you first time, I told him, you went up there and you let that lady tell you when you shouldn't have even acted like she wasn't talking to you. And I told him, you are to apologize to her. You know, that's the proper thing. That is the proper thing because he wasn't raised like that. You know, I love him to death, but I will. And he has left home before. I told him, you think you're gonna run around here and do what you want to do, get your things and go. I'm not gonna deal with that.
Okay.
So, you know, I spoke with him this time. Yes, he did, you know, my mama do the right thing. Okay, because I will call the police. I will turn him in. I don't have a problem with that because I don't need the headache.
All right, so let me just tell you, I'm going to make sure you give your address to probation because when he's released from custody, that's where he's going to be staying.
Yes,
and she will give you the phone number of who his probation officer is going to be.
Yes, ma'am. And I do believe as far as that address thing, on his ID is 522.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. I'm going to continue him. We're starting from ground zero right now.
Okay.
So he's going to know where he needs to stay. And that's where we'll be, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Judge, regarding the GPS, can
All
we
right.
waive the fees?
Oh, just 1 second. Come back up, Mr. Jones. All right. Oh, don't be bowing your head like you have some kind of shame. Your mother is saving your life. You understand?
Yes.
All right, the court is going to deny the motion, alternate amend conditions to include MRT, ISF upon release, and he's to remain in custody until transferred to ISF cognitive. There's going to be GPS partial for employment only, waive GPS fees, and it's going to be proof of employment within 30 days of release. And you are to reside with your mother until further notice.
That's state ISF, right, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Probation, is there anything else he needs? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. You may think you're an adult, but guess what? You're going to be living in your mom's home. So she has her rules. If she wants the television off at 10, television goes off at 10. If you want to make your own rules, you need to get your own place. And I'm telling you right now, you are not allowed to leave your mother's house or go live somewhere else without the court's permission. Do you understand?
Yes.
Is there anything you do not understand? Anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
All right, Dubriel. What page was Jones on?
Page 7.
All right, thank you. All right, court is calling 2024 CR 3748. And this will be our last case, State of Texas versus DeAndre Debriel. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Here's your hand, Your Honor.
Defense?
Legal McBride, behalf of Mr. Chairman.
And are you Ms. Debriel?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all of the discovery?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did you review it with your client?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Debriel, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We're proceeding on count 1 and waiving count 2.
Any objection?
No.
All right, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand in count 1, you're charged with assault bodily injury on a security officer? That's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea you were giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Very much so.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yeah.
Ms. Gibriel, did you review the document? I'm sorry, just 1 second. There's an email that's coming through for me. Ms. Gibriel, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, state is proceeding on count 1. There's a $400 fine, and the state recommends deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, we just asked for consideration as to the fine.
State, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions? Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 3 years. There be a top evaluation, 120 hours of community service restitution, no contact with Benjamin Mendoza and Colin, Colin Johnson, anger management classes. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes.
Then to the offense as charged in count 1, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State Exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments. No objection.
State you may be excused. Did you review the document entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
While she's doing that, we've got a feed out of the courtroom for Robert Tellis. It doesn't look like much yet, but we have the seal on the wall, so we'll keep an eye on that for the hearing that's going to start today. Hopefully, they'll give us a schedule of what's going to happen with the jury selection, so we know when the trial is actually going to start. Thank you, mods, for the heads up on there. Looks like we have a TV in court. That's nice. Might get to see some of the exhibits, which is good because this
All right, after reviewing
Tellis
state's
trial has
exhibits 1
video
and
of the murder.
attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court would defer finding the guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, please.
All right, so what started this argument at the Shoe Palace?
So it had nothing to really do with me. It was just me and a group of my friends. It was someone's birthday. We were just in the mall cashing out like $3,000 worth of stuff. So it was girls behind us. One of them got behind my friend and I told her, I said, hey, it looks like this girl is gonna hit you. Next thing I know, this girl did hit my friend. Mind you, I moved out the way. I didn't fight. I didn't do any of
Can I
that.
ask you this, please, so not just.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So we're just buying stuff up at the mall. One of the girls was behind my friend. My friend, I told my friend, hey, this girl is looking like she's gonna do something to you. The girl actually did hit my friend. So the people that I was with, everybody fought except for me. I'm on the sideline. You can see it on cameras. I'm on the sideline doing nothing. So I walk out of the store and we're all walking towards the exit. 7 or 8 security guards run up behind me and the guy didn't even give me a chance to say anything, do anything. He was aggressive towards me and I got scared and I told him, hey, get out of my face, da 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 da, whoop de whoop whoop.
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think the court reporter can take da 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 whoop whoop whoop
No,
down?
I'm sorry. No, ma'am.
So Maria,
Yes.
that's da 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 da. Whoop whoop whoop. And I may have missed one of the da 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 dots.
I'm sorry. So they just started. So the security man.
All right, so let me just tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
Security guard is saying you caught him in the eye with your fingernail. Were you wearing those nails?
They were longer, and I'm sorry.
They were longer?
Yes, ma'am.
So it caught him in his eye.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why we're here.
And I do apologize about that, but at the same token, if 7 men was coming at you, you would be scared too. If 7 men threw you into an iron gate, you would feel the same way I do.
I would have picked up the phone and called the police
Oh,
if
they
I'm
was
at the
already-
Shoe Palace.
They were already there. That's the
Here's
thing.
my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why was a girl behind your friend looking like she was going to hit her? What was going on?
They was hating on us.
All right, why?
Because we was in the mall just catching up, just spending a lot of piece of change. That's a nice mall, spending some money.
Shoe Palace?
No, okay, well, I like shoes. I don't know about everybody else, but we spent a lot of money in the mall that day.
And which mall was this?
The one that's got the big boots on the outside of it that I'm not allowed to go back
Nordstrom?
to.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to go back to.
All right. You know what somebody said in a program that I watch? He said, wealthy people don't spend their money on fancy items because they're wealthy. They don't need to spend a lot of money so people can see that they're wealthy. He said poor people, some, will never obtain wealth because they keep buying stuff
To look fancy.
to show that they're wealthy. Like I never understood when people would buy, like for example, the Hermes bag. That bag is like $20,000, maybe more, 120,000. Some of them. It's like people buy that bag 120,000. Poor people financially, and they don't have $20,000 to put in the bag. They like maybe have $100. But here's the thing: you got in a fight at the Shoe Palace, and the security guard got hit by your long nail.
I didn't.
If you would have, here's the thing: if you would have had your natural nails on, maybe he wouldn't have been injured. But this is where we are. So the people you were with who are listed in here: Tahaya Lovejoy, Linda Marie Lovejoy.
Who? I don't know.
You don't know any of them? Okay. All right. This is what I'm going to do. Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I'm an AGM for a management company for hotels. An AG and assistant general manager.
All right. The court is going to sentence you to 3 years deferred adjudication. There's a $400 fine that will be probated. Do you have any children?
No.
All right. There's
Good,
to
'cause you
be
got a
no
parenting
contact with the
classes.
following persons. Benjamin Mendoza, Colin Johnson, I think this is Tahiyah, TA'Khia Lovejoy, Linda Marie Lovejoy,
She's like, now you named my
Tanisha
besties.
Lauren Jones, Laurin. I know you say you love shoes. Not at the Shoe Palace anymore.
Okay.
So no contact with the Shoe Palace.
And make her trim her nails.
And I tell you what, I'll do no contact at the Shoe Palace at North Star Mall. Far be it from me to take away your ability to go to all the Shoe Palaces.
Okay.
So Shoe Palace at North Star.
The judge has a soft spot for her shoe.
Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Anger management course.
Parenting classes. Throw the parenting classes in.
Regular random UAs. Field visits. 1 time per month for 2 months. Probation. Is there anything else? Just 1 second. Probation? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, but I have a question.
Yes.
So you said that there's gonna be field visits to, I'm assuming my home, which is cool,
Yes.
fine and dandy. I don't live in San Antonio.
Oh, where do you live?
I live in Plea.
Okay. And she's going to be out of Colleen probation.
Well, we're still coming. It's just a different group that will be there.
Yes. And transferred to Colleen, Texas. What parish is that?
Bell.
I'm sorry, county.
Bell.
Bell County? All right.
Probably from Louisiana.
All right. Did you review the trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. You understand? All right, we can go off the record. In this court, to be successful on probation, communication is key. If there's an issue, let probation know. If you feel as though they're not addressing it, you can come back to this court and we can compare shoes.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Judge likes
Probation
shoes
will
too.
speak with you. You're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, everyone, we're recessing.
I have Cristobal Gomez, Judge. You recalled it from Friday.
Mhm.
We still haven't worked out anything. If you want to just recall it tomorrow. When you want
All right, we'll be back at 1:30, everyone.
Okay.
1:30-ish. Court reporter needs a break. Everybody needs a break. I need a break.
Did you see the shade the judge threw at that lady saying, "Here's the deal"? And she's like, "We were just spending cash, dropped like $3,000 on a bunch of stuff." She's like, "Yeah, here's the deal. Poor people spend like that. Rich people don't." She's literally calling her out, saying, "Yeah, only poor people do that." Wow. Yes, it's like RA and his cable's never enough. I agree. If a judge were to ever come down hard on me, it would be limit me to the number of cables, especially. That would hurt. That would hurt a lot. All right, I think we're going to take a lunch. I think we've got a bit before Tellus starts. Don't have a feed right now for that one. Judge Boyd's shoes probably match your purse every day. That would be funny. They might. Never spent that much on a shopping trip in my life. The only time I've spent $3,000 on a shopping trip, I was buying food for either a large youth camp where we had, like dinner for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for everybody for a week, or when I was buying food for the city when I was putting on like a 4th of July breakfast. I don't think I've ever spent $3,000 at once in my life, other than that, except for buying a car and maybe a house. So, wait, there was maybe some business equipment, maybe. I know there was at least one. Yeah, but that's different. That's tax write-off, right? That's business equipment, cables. Let's see. First computer was 3,000-ish. Yeah, Debbie's like, yeah, we knew it. Okay, so there was that like one time. Normally I space things out. Like the next item I get for the channel, I actually ordered in May, and it might come in September. That's, yeah. The car, a tablet or computer. I don't spend a lot on cars, tablets, or computers. I do get some nice ones, but I don't usually buy more than one at a time, so that would be under the $3,000 mark. Can we get a road so far in the new case? The new case is Robert Tellus. Robert Tellus is a political guy. I forget what position he held, but he's a public official, and he was the subject of an investigative journalism that was looking into hostile work environment under his management. The reporter, I think his name was Jeff German, that was doing these stories, was publishing this stuff that he was finding, and it absolutely made Mr. Tellus absolutely livid. And then one day somebody was hiding outside Mr. German's house, and we opened the garage door. He got attacked and stabbed to death. And apparently that someone looked a lot like Mr. Tellus. Mr. Tellus is on trial for murder. So it's yeah, that's what happened. All right. So we've got that. We've got a hearing right now, because even though today was supposed to be the start of jury selection in the trial, instead we're just barely getting some evidence. The victim's computer, like was, I believe, belonged to the newspaper. They're just barely getting some information from that computer, and it's just barely being provided to both prosecution and defense this very morning. So that may cause a delay depending on what needs to be done with that information, or we might be able to just move ahead with the trial and they can just work with it as it happens, because it's no advantage one side or the other. Abby J, any Sarah Boone updates? We read the latest letter this morning. Krista says, check your burner phone, please. Please. My burner phone is going nuts. I've got family texting me about stuff. Let's see. Somebody says you should cover the Robert Tellis trial. It's Las Vegas. Yes, we are literally covering that one as soon as it starts. Let's see. Oh, here's Krista. Oh, Krista's seen. What does this screen mean? You're looking at, let me show you. Let's go right here and I'll put it on right there. Does that work? Well, let me see if I can make that even better. Multi-view. I'm not sure if I can show this. So you're asking about, where's my program out? I'm showing that. Okay. So you're asking about this window right here that says on air. This tells me whether or not my switcher, which is right over here, is directly sending a feed to YouTube. And it shows how long I've been on, so 4 hours and 20 minutes and 50 seconds. It shows me my data rate with number of megabytes per second and the cache, because there's some storage inside. So if there's ever a buffer moment where the internet's not accepting something, it can buffer here briefly and then pass it up as well. Under here, my ISO stop. It's like if I want to have this change, I can put that red. This is recording onto a little tiny jump drive back there. So this records each one of these channels individually as well as the audio individually. So I have 8 recordings going at once. That's different than this one right here, which I can push record on. And if you can see, can you see this? When I push record, there's a light that comes on right there that's red. That's recording to my cloud dock. So that's recording just that channel itself. Does that answer your questions? So this is my stream. That tells me basically the health of the stream, whether it's working, whether I have a good connection to the internet, and how long it's been on. And then this is my recording, which I don't need that on. I'll turn that off right now. Does that help? The number keeps going up and down. Yes, it's like it fluctuates based on, and it's not just the internet. So that number, actually you can see it better up here. That number is the average, or let's see, it's the data rate per megabyte, for megabytes per second, and it changes based on what is on the screen. So if I had a screen that was just, say for instance, this right here, if that was my whole screen, the number goes way down. Like right now that it drops down to, let's see, about 3, 2.41, 1.95, 1.33, 0.8. It's very low because there's not a lot of information, but as there's more information, that bit rate climbs again. So the more movement, different colors, different things on the screen, the higher that is. Did I change Airbnbs? No, I'm still on the same, we're still on the same Airbnb. We'll be here for a while. See, let's show you outside as well. This is outside the, looking out the window at the park and the mountains in the background. I'm trying to steer it with my hand behind my back. There are some mountains up there. They're sort of hard to see. They were a little better this morning, but very hazy out there. Not sure if you wanted to see that, but you did. All right. Any other questions? Anything else? I think we're going to go. The Mac Studio is the newest one. Yes. I think we're going to go to lunch and then come back with the Robert Tellis. They've got it set up, but it doesn't start for a while. Wedding is next month, so we'll be here. They're Smoky Mountains now. Wedding's next month. We'll be here for a month in Utah, and then a week or so in Idaho. Yeah, we're going to ask California to put out the fires really quickly so we can have clear air up here. What's the temperature today? Back at my house, it's 84. It's 83 here. So it's almost the same, only the humidity is very different. How did your home survive the hurricane? It was close. Now we're probably on the highest ground in the town. It's never flooded in the 115 plus year history that they've got records. That home's never flooded. Greeners. I'm not going to ask Siri that. How close are we to 60,000? That's a great question. If I knew how to answer it, that would be better. New tab. We are at subscribers live count 59,568. So that's where we are. 59,568. I don't know why I can't get that full screen. Anyway. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back. Expect to be live with the hearing for the Robert Tellis trial, which is out of Las Vegas, Nevada. This is going to be the next trial we follow. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Did you get your first YouTube plaque at 100,000? From YouTube, yes. I got my first one from Debbie, the Creative Bee, at 5,000. That's my favorite. So thank you, Debbie, for that one. We are 500 away from 60K. Yes. Son is getting married, my oldest. Let's see, can we watch it go up for the rest of the day? You'll have to, actually, you've got to bring new people here. So, and we don't just want anybody. We want people that that will respect that we're a fun place and that we're friends and we're nice to each other. That's what we want here. Chris is like, we know 500 people. We can make this happen. It'll happen. It'll happen in time. I'm more excited just about having a community that is fun to watch court with and that we get along. Yeah, I'm sure there's some things I could cover and things I could do that would get that number up really fast, but I think that might not be a good experience for everyone else who's been with the channel for a long time. So I'm very fine with it growing nice and slowly. But yes, we'll celebrate at 60K. Only invite the cool people. You're all cool people. All right. That being said, I think it's time for lunch. Let's play some music. I still don't like this setup. I don't like that I have to look up here to see anything. And I could put it down here, but then it's just too small. I'm missing at least one monitor. All right, we're going to take lunch. When we come back, we're going to have a Robert Tellis trial, so we're going to be back about an hour or so, I think. If it happens any sooner, we'll be back earlier. But tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again just after lunch. Give us about an hour. We're going to pick up with the Robert Tellis hearing. That hearing will tell us what time the trial starts. It might start tomorrow, might start Wednesday, might be pushed off a week or so. So we'll hang in there. If it's pushed off, we'll find something else to watch. There's plenty of happenings around in the world of true crime. So go to a pawn shop. They probably have a cheap monitor. The thing is, I don't have room to pack it, like to take it home. So anything I buy, I basically have to give away while I'm here. Mrs. R.A. bought a bunch of books, and now that all the free space is gone. So, all right. Let's see. I think that's all. Yep. Only cool people. All right. I gave you the outro already. We're going to go live in about an hour after lunch. I'm going to have a salad because, hey, salads are good. Raffle monitor to chat. We might be able to do that. Miss our sound bites. I can put new sound bites in. I might need people to send me some, but otherwise I'd need links or something. All right. We're going to go to lunch. We'll see you guys after. Have a good one. Bye-bye.